Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, June the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That helps. And yes. Thank you. All right, everybody. So what's happening today? So I would keep watching for sure the AERC, the EFOI, and the AUVI today. Let's see if they still have continuation. My favorite. I mean, I traded this AERC about 8 times yesterday. A couple of losers, one kind of flat, and five decent gains. I mean, I was just in and out, in and out, in and out. This one, though, if you were in the room yesterday, I was talking about this one, thinking maybe it would start to catch up, and this was the EFOI, and boy, did it ever, especially after hours. I mean, not, when I say catch up, I don't mean catching up to the price of AERC, but what a pop it had, just unbelievable. So EFOI, and yes, the AUVI, actually, it's funny because the AUVI was moving, again, I'm just looking at a 15-minute chart. AUVI was moving ahead of the EFOI, but then, well, I guess they both had nice runs. But the EFOI to me looks a little bit better this morning, just based on what I'm seeing. So we'll have to see, of course, once this market opens. But the AERC, I mean, I guess this is legitimate. I mean, they did have the news, FDA approved, et cetera, et cetera. So this is legitimate. The other two are just kind of piggybacking, and that's it. So, yeah, excuse me. So Redbox won't give up. RDBX just will not give up. Again, every time I look for news on this thing, I don't see it. I guess it's just turned in, I guess, like a meme stock, 8.8 million. I mean, I don't mean it's an official meme stock, but look at this. I mean, you would have thought after this day here, a few days ago when it got up to 945, started drifting down to 5. It held here for a while. Then yesterday had the pop, but look at this pop today so far. And I have an alert set here around $11. It actually got up to $11 in the pre-market, 1109. Takes that out. I mean, it's got room again, RDBX. And again, it's a low float situation. And Roku. So these are a report suggesting the company may be in talks to be acquired by Netflix. Okay, so that is the reason for the pop for Roku. Who knows if that's true or not. And NVAX came out of its long halt yesterday. So they did get FDA approval for its vaccine. Now, I know you said, well, there's a ton of vaccines out here. I mean, I thought the idea, though, was this one was a little bit different, in delivery method than Moderna, et cetera. So what they're trying to do is, appeal to those who do not want that delivery method. This is a different delivery method. So that's my read on it, my take on it. Whether it's successful or not, who knows? So we have some little earnings plays. YMM is an earnings play. It's starting to fade now, though. Got up to 897 pre-market. It's dropped about 50 cents. Well, YMM is a earnings play. And speaking about just the overall market, looks like we're in for a negative open to start anyway. This is, believe it or not, this is free. Yes, Kane, it is free. CYRN. Now I can't figure out if they're selling their entire business or whatever they're left with, but they're selling their email business. And so I don't know what they're really left with as a company, is an Israeli company, huge volume, another low float situation, 5.88, 6.5 have traded already. So it's traded the float plus. But what it does from here, again, I can't quite get a take on this if they're like how much of their business is left. after selling their email business. I can't wait for Poe to show up. Where are you, Poe? And I think Poe knows why. Poe knows. SMG, boy, this is just getting hammered here. This is on revenue guidance, or sorry, profit warning, profit warning. So it's not an earnings play. This is the Scott's Miracle Grow, SMG, big gap down here. Again, it's August is when they release, but I guess they're conditioning they're conditioning the market and investors ahead of time that profit is not going to be that great. So that is SMG. And then Love, Love, Love is an earnings play. And as I say, they're not getting too much love from the market right now. Um, Released earnings right here. You can see there's the pre-market. So there's the gap down. The spread is starting to tighten, 25.40 right now. And what sort of room does it have? The next low looking left is 29.75. So it's got room. It's got still some room to move down. Not saying it's going to, of course, but Ollie is an earnings play. OLLI. It's trying to recover a little bit. When I first saw it, yeah, actually, it's a big pop. I mean, when I first saw it, it was down around 45. It is tacked on about $4. SMAR, SMAR is an earnings play. Yes, it is an earnings play, and it is gapping down also. DBVT. Haven't seen this one for a while. This is a peanut allergy drug. So I had a big pop after hours on whatever, some positive data from their peanut allergy drug. So it popped up to 260 after hours yesterday, but it's faded quite a bit now. This is not shortable for me. Yeah, AERC is not over. Has it gone positive yet? Not quite. Not quite. Curve, CURV is an earnings play. CURV is an earnings play. Low volume right now. Yeah, low volume still. It is an earnings play. They released earnings after hours. It's held the gap. It has held the gap though. Yeah, so we don't make, I cannot make any advisements like that, Tane, in this room. I'm not a financial advisor. I cannot say something like, yes, it's a good entry, and then all of a sudden it drops $10 on you. So no, I mean, if you got in, if you got in at 1150 and it's, what is it right now? Or you're wondering on a pullback to 1150. I mean, it's possible, but this traded so crazily yesterday too. So my only advice on a stock like this with that float, 4.2 million in the float, is not taking too many shares. The reason being is that you're gonna have to have a stop somewhere, and because these stocks are so whippy, if you take too many shares and a tight stop, your chances are you're going to get stopped out many times. So they sort of, I always kind of say it like this: sometimes you can make more money by taking less shares. Why? Because taking less shares means that you're going to have a wider stop, because you have to know how much you're willing to risk on the trade. If you're willing to risk $100 or $200 on the trade, if it works against you, that's fine. But obviously, if you have a wider stop, then you're going to be taking fewer shares. But that can keep you in the trade longer. And if it has a move like it did yesterday, that won't matter. So is that the old news, Casa? I mean, is that what got it started way back when? That's from last week. Okay, because I could never really figure out what got this one rolling because it got rolling. It's got rolling 2 months ago, 3 months ago, right here. This was a $1.50 stock. Yeah, so this was 3 months ago. But I'm wondering, was that news? Was that the rumor 3 months ago? Anyway, it is what it is, and it's a low float. Now, my guess, I mentioned this one, and I bet you this is just has come right back down. Yeah, so HTCR, so it got a big pop here, big surge in volume, et cetera, et cetera. They announced a $3.5 million buyback program, but I can almost say, so what? I shouldn't say that. I mean, you never know when the market opens, 5.3 million in the float. So right now, as Zach, you pointed this out yesterday, I mean, we're back now into small cap mania. I mean, we've got, sometimes it can be very cyclical, but we're definitely in small cap mania again. And last, FLNG is gapping down. It actually was gapping down yesterday, but then the market put in that big recovery and, closed, well, it was a major recovery. But now this is gapping down again, FLNG. And the next low looking left is 2905. So, and if it took out 2905, then the next low is 2775. So keep an eye on FLNG for perhaps another move down. Okay, I am going to now take a look to see what's the analysts are talking about this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Well, they're getting lazier and lazier. Hardly any of each. Let's take a look at the upgrades. There you have it. This is from briefing.com, of course. I'm sure there are other upgrades and downgrades out there somewhere else, but this is what I get in my email every morning. Not too many upgrades and not too many downgrades. Poor old Canopy Growth, CGC, downgrade. Downgraded to 0. I don't see the Hertz upgrade. It's not in the not in briefing.com. I see a cut from 25 to 23. I see. So okay, so they lowered their price target to 23. That's Morgan Stanley. Okay. Go to support. Okay, I'm talking to somebody in our tech in the tech tab. Support. Just give me a moment here. Okay, support at tradeideas.com, or I'm sorry, support at trade-ideas.com. Okay, SG. Where is Poe? Poe, where are you? Reason I want to talk to Poe is Poe and I, and maybe others, were in this MCRB yesterday, and this is a classic example of not getting out of a trade because of boredom. Oh, I thought I showed you how, Todd. Just right click on the chart. Okay, I'll do it quickly. Right click on the chart. I guess you didn't read. Right click on the chart properties and then uncheck the symbol linking. Okay, uncheck the symbol linking. Okay. But this is an example of not getting out of a trade because of boredom. Ah, that's okay. So I mentioned this one yesterday. I got in this one around 360, so 363, right around here. Okay. Now remember, this probably took, and even then got up to 367, big deal, 369. I was in this for a couple of hours. And then look what happened at the end. Look what happened at the end. You know, you just the market hours. Sorry, this is the last trade right up here, 416. Then after hours, because I held this, I wanted to see what was going to happen. I held it. Look at this after hours up to 460 from 360. So anyway, Poe and I know we're in it. I don't know if anybody else was in it, but you know there is the sometimes the desire when you get into a trade and it's just not that active. But as long as I'm up, even if it's a penny, I will stay in the trade. Okay. Because, you know, and I mentioned you never know what could happen at the end. And boy, that turned out to be probably almost my best trade because of, you know, the stop I had, just because I had a very tight stop on it. So I could take, you know, a few shares. So I was able to partake in this huge run at the end. Now, whether or not that happens today with this MCRBA, I doubt it. It's got up to almost got up to $5, right up that area here. So anyway, I'm just waiting for Poe to show up. TG, none of your top lists are populating. No, mine are. So maybe just try to do a reset. Now, were they populating yesterday with the same filters, etc.? Okay, so you haven't changed anything. Do you have a red, I'm sorry, do you have a green ball in the toolbar, making sure that you have a live connection? Okay. The only other thing I can think of is to go to your account and do a reset connection. Just see if that helps. Oh, you have logged back in and, hmm, because I can show you here, my top lists are certainly active. So why would yours not be? You know what? Why don't you take my, well, if you can give me your cloud link. Oh, reset. Oh, I see. Okay, good. Reset helped. Good. Yeah, I had no issue this morning. I had no issue this morning. I still had my issue of connecting to IB. I had to I had to exit trade ideas and come back in before I could get a quick connection with IB. But it's a bit look at the RDBX guys. RDBX just making a pre-market high here. And again, look at this over here. That's 11 back on this date here, back in May. And Zim is on the move. Yes, Zim is on the. Oh, this is you're going long, Zim. Okay, Mr. Counter. Okay, Zim is on the move. ZIM is on the move on the way down. RDBX guys, this is probably the one today. You know that's going to. I mean, 8 million in the float, 8.8 million in the float. So this is just when you think it's kind of dead, 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 dead. Few days down, doing nothing. All right, let's do a quick check of the sectors to see what's happening. So we're in for a bit of a rocky open. Down, the SPY is down a bit. So let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click from our toolbar, click on New, and Dock Channel Bar. And then I'm going to click on the sector status. So what you are seeing are the major sectors. So for instance, here's XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So what that 100% refers to is that from yesterday's close, 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. And check everything else. So energy is a hot sector today so far, so far. As opposed to technology, where only 19% of them are up from yesterday's close. So there is no hot sector other than energy right now. Now, of course, we look at this an hour from now, or even half an hour from now, when I switch it to the change from the open, and this could be very, very different. And again, I encourage you to, if you've got scans that are still looking at the change from the close, I would encourage you to change everything to the change from the open. Riot on the streets. Morning, Jim and Tony in our YouTube room. A moment here, last bit of my morning coffee. All right, so let's see, anything else sneaking in? Oh, I should mention uranium. Uranium was very strong yesterday. Take a look at the ETF for uranium. Okay, so it's still strong, but there's the ETF for uranium, URA. And so most of the uranium stocks, it's the big one, Cameco. Cameco had a big day yesterday, little pop again this morning. There's quadruple U, there's UEC. VRTS. Yeah, so there's an example of one that's just kind of sneaking in here. Yeah, so it's up, what, 16%? A lot of Israeli stocks I'm seeing. A lot of Israeli stocks. I don't know if you guys have been seeing the same thing. And this is what, 37 million in the float, so it's not low, not crazy high. But as you said, FDA approval to initiate multi-center pivotal study of Alpha DART. So it's FDA approval to start a study, not FDA approval. Yeah. Well, lucky you, no shorts available at Interactive Brokers. Maybe keep an eye on this BNRG. This is this one that I guess this was an IPO a little while ago, a few days ago, May the 25th. Got up to 1750. I remember that day. And it's just another Israeli stock trying to just inch its way back, perhaps. And this is BNRG. Love has not had a bounce at all. So let's again refresh my memory on this one. 32. Yeah, so it is now the next low looking left is 29.75. So again, this still has some room to that next low. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but the area that it had to clear was 32.52, which of course it has. So SMG is having a little bit of a bounce here, guys. So this is not an earnings play, but they've, in advance of August 3rd, which is quite a ways off, they have issued a profit warning. They're cutting FY22 sales. They've adjusted their EPS outlook. So they're really trying to, yeah, let me just bring up the headline here. So SMG drop on profit warning. So again, they don't release until August 3rd, but they're really prepping prepping investors right now. Yeah, I'm in no mad rush to take a look at the AERC or the AUVI or the EFOI. I want to let things settle down a little bit. If they get rolling, they'll really get rolling. I mean, look at the AERC. I mean, that was, if you guys were in the room yesterday, you might have remember saying keep an eye on this on the last because I shut the room down right at 3:30, and look what it did right at that point. Just had that tremendous run, and then after hours, all the way up to 1533. I'd love to say that I took it right down here and got up here, but not quite. But man, oh man. All right, we're getting set for this open in 1 minute. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll let things settle down just a little bit. If I were new to trading, I wouldn't trade in the first half hour. And yes, you will miss the early morning runners. Thank you, William. Yes, I just made that announcement. Missed you yesterday. CTIC is just showing up here, guys. A little pop here for CTIC. CTIC. So CT. No, I haven't. Oh, that's right. This IOVA. Keep an eye on IOVA, guys. Just give me a moment here as I make an adjustment to something. I still don't see Poe. Just want to see if you held on. Hmm. Poe, I hope you held on. You know what I'm talking about with the MCRB yesterday? Wasn't that awesome? Please tell me you held on. Look at that move it made. Uber, Uber. So I read some news about it. They're going to. Okay, well, we've got some price increases, profit or price targets. Barclays raising it from 48 to 53. I actually held on a little bit longer, Poe, into the after hours. Okay, guys, so the market's open. So the Dow's down a bit. Sorry, uh, Nas is down a bit, Dow's down, and the SPY is down. So we have an opening red candle. KPLT is moving here, guys. KPLT, an early mover. KPLT catapulting higher. What do we got for resistance? Probably some resistance, maybe around that 180 mark. So if you're into shorting something, getting into maybe some resistance, this might be an early one, but it is moving. Okay, so the reason why the CEO buy shares worth a couple $100,000. Okay, I'm just looking at the news here. So CEO bought a couple $100,000 worth of shares. Keep an eye on the MRTX, guys. Now, we sort of laugh about price targets and all that, but man, oh man, this MRTX, I mean, the only reason for the move it had yesterday were the price targets put on by a lot of different brokerages, including, well, some of the, I can't remember I think JP Morgan, maybe Morgan Stanley, but some of them were, in the $80 to 118 level. So will this have a second day continuation after that? I mean, it's really got to try to take out the 60 level. For you AMC watchers, AMC is an initial pop right here. Had a nice day yesterday, maybe a continuation today. Of course, the one of the main meme stocks. I didn't mention this one. I'm not sure if I mentioned it. It's on my list, LDAX, but look at this, ALDX, really giving it up now. ALDX giving it up. So they did have news this morning. Their dry eye disease drug met main in a phase 3 trial. Interesting. That's a phase 3 trial. So this is really fading, even though it's a phase 3 trial. And that is ALDX. Okay, so those light stocks, we'll call them the light stocks, AERC, EFOI, and AUVI, pretty erratic to start the day. Well, Tiger started off with a bang here, guys. TIGR. A lot of the China stocks were moving. If you take a look at KWEB, my guess, if you look at KWEB right now, probably is going to look a little bit like, not quite, but I mean, is starting to fade. So again, if you're into playing the China stocks, you're looking for just maybe an ETF to play them, this is not a bad one. KWEB. I mentioned Path yesterday, guys. Path yesterday. I don't like to make recommendations of swings or really anything, but I did say, I mean, this looks interesting. It had earnings 4 days ago. Maintained everything throughout whatever the market was doing. Didn't really care. Had a nice day yesterday, and now a kind of continuation. PATH. Another one on the way down here, guys. GNK on the way down. And it's early. It is early. It's only 6 minutes in. But AERC is getting thumped here. Is really getting thumped. I hope nobody, dove in. And if you did, had to stop. So you have a manageable loss. All right. Well, listen, I was wrong. HTCR is not over. But maybe it was over after that pullback, but that is a nice, so it's just actually took out the pre-market high, HTCR. All right, what sort of room does this have? 136, 156. Hard for me to believe it'll take out 150. Not shortable for me, but just hard for me to believe it'll take out 150. And their news was a $3.5 million buyback of their shares. Ha, look at CGC. So it actually had a downgrade this morning, but it is trying to pop here. CGC trying to pop. Well, this whole payment for order flow situation, which we don't have in Canada, but I guess, I mean, this is all very interesting when you try to read all the news. All right, guys, BCRX did not gap, but this is it's starting to move now. There was no gap really on the open, but it is starting to move, BCRX. And it took out yesterday's high, 1105, but it's early. It is early. But man, look at the room it has if it wants to run. Look at that monthly chart. Look at the weekly chart. I mean, the next high looking left is way up here at 18. And it was granted fast track. It was actually granted fast track designation, FDA or the FTD. This is yeah, so this was the news. Didn't really affect it at all. Well, I guess it did. It popped up in the pre-market, but it came right back down. But this is the news for it. But it is starting to run now. Plug is another one that did not have a gap, and now it is starting to move. But again, these fuel cell plug, Ballard, they're just so choppy usually. And where I'm finding these, I shared this one yesterday, the small gap breakout. Okay, so what it's looking for is a stock that is moving but did not gap. So in other words, the opening print was not a big gap, but then it moved afterwards. Yeah, so there's some buying coming in on the SPY. Definitely, that's a huge bottoming tail. So maybe we'll have a repeat of yesterday because yesterday we had a gap down day. And then the market just basically recovered all day. Yeah, I can do that. Small gap breakout. You won't get too many alerts, but small gap breakout, share, okay. Of course, you can make adjustments to it, price range and all that. So we've got some initial halts already. We have on the way down. LMNR resumed. Look how choppy things are in the first 5 minutes. So look at AER's our first 5 minutes, first 15 minutes. Look at AERC, got all the way back down to 950, a dollar pop now. Just they're so erratic in the first 15. Yeah, love is on the move. Love is not in the air. Look at this. As I was saying, the next low looking left is 26. Yeah, so it took out that 29.75. Next low is 26. All right, RDBX is right back up again. But again, guys, be careful. With the float, just got to be awfully careful. Look how choppy it is. Look how choppy it was in the pre-market. Let's see if it takes out that high of 1136 and starts to run. All right, here's another one, guys. AUPH. This is on the small gap breakout. AUPH. But it's early. Just looking to see if there's any specific news for AUPH. Of course, this one was ramping up a few months ago. Rumors of a buyout, merger, etc., and then they just, of course, fell flat. And I'm talking about the AUPH. Look at RDBX. If you want to, yes, I'll miss the ones that keep running right from the beginning. I'm perfectly satisfied to wait it out, though, or willing to wait it out, I guess. Look at RDBX. Look at this topping tail. Look at this bottoming tail. LYLT, all-time low. Now, this would, well, the volume is very light right now, but this LYLT is an all-time low. They will reevaluate its 2022 revenue and EBITDA. So there's your news on that one. So nobody likes to see the reevaluation. Usually means lower. And I think it's going to get halted again. I'm seeing a little blue dot in interactive brokers, usually signifying it's going to get halted again. There it is. Just got halted again. LYLT. Now there's Catapult. Now again, look, it may take out. I thought two might block it, but what's that? The Everly brothers, Neil. Digging into all the useless information that's in my brain. If wow, AMC is just rippage here. I mean, people are going back to the movies. I mean, there's no question. I mean, no, it doesn't mean AMC is going to turn profitable at any time or ever, but no question. Whoa, look at the AERC now. Is not shortable for me. Man, look at Path. I did not take it, but man, look at Path. You heard me. If you were in the room yesterday, you heard me talking about this one as a potential swinger, just based on what it did after its earnings. And look at Path. It's okay. So the troika is they're all fading now. EFOI, AUVI, and AERC. All right, keep an eye on this, Mike's the singing machine. Okay, I mean this is an IPO back here, and it's now an all-time high. Wouldn't take much to be an all-time high, but there it is. MICS. I think this is the one that I thought might get. No, no, I'm wrong. DBVT. So this has got room. I mean, if it wants to roll, I think this is the peanut allergy drug, and they had the bad news here that week, sort of a rejection, but now I guess it's looking a little more encouraging. The high is 186, so it's above that high right there. So I mean, the next high on the weekly is way up here at 274. It's not a low float, and they don't all have to be low floats, but it is not a low float. Redbox RDBX is right back up. Choppy though. Woohoo! Look at BCRX, guys. Not a bad little alert here at 11:10 for BCRX. Had a little pullback, and now look at it. This is from the small gap breakout. Okay, this is something I had a long time ago. And wow, the SPY, you know what? We are having a repeat of yesterday. And now now I'm hearing the warrant. So RDBX is ripping here. I'm hearing the warrant, RDBXW, right there. You see the warrant, RDBXW. All right, Zach, RPTX, our little sneaky one, RPTX at that 15 level again. Well, go to is, of course, in his toppings play scan. And, oh, it is shortable. Also, how many shares? Lots of shares available, 10 million. So let's just take a look on the weekly chart where it could stall just based on a chart. 216 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And that is GOTU, GOTU. So yesterday, our Halts resumes was virtually dormant. However, Zen, what is Zen doing? Zen is, on the way down, Zendesk. That's what we use Zendesk at Trade Ideas. So Zendesk, Zen deal looking very tough. CNBC's favor. What are they talking about? So were they? I don't know what deal he's talking about, but it's looking tough. Another one on the way down. MVST on the way down. I mean, look at these moves. I mean, it pops up to 483, drops over $1, just like that. I'm watching this AUPH, guys. I know it's pulled back a little bit from the alert price of 13.12. I'm just going to keep an eye on this one and see if it takes out 13.18 again, and I may hop right into it. You don't have to do the same thing I'm doing, but it's had a nice few days. And again, the high, it's got room. You look at that weekly chart. I mean, the next high is 1731. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least it's got a decent potential gap fill. Okay, CTIC, I mentioned just as I was opening the room, or yeah, just before the market, yeah, 9:15, just before the market opened. CTIC, look at this move here for CTIC. I think they did have some news, though I can't see it. I thought I could have sworn I saw some news for it, but boy, MVST. So MVST now turned into a 10-day daily breakdown. A little bit scary when you see the pop. Now this is almost an all-time low, MVST. And this is what I'm talking about right there. Yeah, man, 386, 350 now. I did not take it. Keep an eye on the AUPH, guys. That's really an interesting one. Gets into that 320s again. Wow, NVSC is just getting clobbered. Why didn't I take it? Look at the SPY. My goodness. Dow was still down. SPY is just basically flat. NAS is up. Okay, guys, AUPH getting ripe. GOTU has not pulled back yet. Not yet anyway. Just made another new high. Okay, guys. Well, I've laid it out with the AUPH. You won't get too many. You will not get too many in this small gap breakout, but it might be a great watch list for the day. Well, GOTU not over yet. So this is turning into a better short if it stops here, 216 or so. Look at the SPY. Okay, if you have the AI, you know that it did suggest a trade in IVR. So here's my deal with it. If you look left on the daily chart, the next high of yesterday is 1716. After that is 1769. I would probably want to let it get above 1716. You're giving up some, but to me that could stall it. And it is a stock kind of. It trades like a stock, but all right, AUPH. Paying some bills, guys. So again, let me wow, we're getting more than I thought we'd get today. But so the whole idea of a small gap breakout, a lot of people, what happens is, a stock, when the market opens, it's already gapped up a lot. Okay. Well, I mean, some stocks, the ones that we're seeing have already gapped up a lot. A lot of people don't like that. They don't want to chase a gap. So what this is doing, it's limiting the gap to less than, just to show you, it's limiting the gap meaning that first print of the day. So it can only be 1% maximum above the previous close, or this is also looking for potential shorts, 1%, no more than 1% below yesterday's close. Okay. So in other words, the opening print is very small, less 1% either way, and then it starts to move. That's the idea of it. And am I saying it, every single, I mean, I will treat this like a watch list. I do not have it. I just sort of resurrected it yesterday, but I can give it to you. That's the cloud link for it. So here's another one coming from, wow, I mean, look at Doe, Diamond Offshore. 920 is the high. 920. Boy, I mean, this high last month was 920. So, I mean, it's right there. Taking out yet last month's high after that. I mean, 12 is the high. I'm not saying these are all day holds, of course. I mean, I've traded out the AUPH. So Zach, you mentioned this Eldon, ALDN before. This used to be what, TKAI? Boy, we're getting a lot of halts today. Halts resumes today, guys. LYLT, another, it just resumed. We only had two yesterday. Oh, absolutely. Hey, Hall, absolutely. On the 8 ERC. Here's another one on the move, guys. RLX is on the move, but it's too extended, unfortunately, in the 5 minute chart. Too extended. So definitely not marrying these things. So I mean, the AUPH gave us a nice run, but now this. So what I'm going to do with this one is I'm sticking an alert at 1320 again, just to see if it takes it back, see if it settles down a bit, and I might get back into it. Yeah, I definitely was wrong on the HTCR. I thought after that pop in the pre-market up to 137, and then it pulled right back. Well, this has got some room, guys. I mean, the CYRN got up to 277, I guess, in the pre-market, 275. It does have some news, I think. CYRN has some news. They're selling, again, I can't tell how much of their business they're selling or how much of this email business that they've got they're selling. HGCR, all it was, Zach, was a $3.5 million share buyback. That was the news. That's why I didn't think much of it. If they'd said, well, we've got a $1 billion share buyback, fine. But seriously, I didn't think that much of it. But the appetite for low float situations right now is rampant. So yeah, the China education stocks are on fire. Go2 and TAL. I forgot to. I know I had the alert at 8:38. Son of a fill in the blanks, guys. Doggone it! I had my alert at 8:38. That was my sign to get in. Thanks a lot, Bob, for reminding me. I need more nagging. Well, interesting, of course, with the aloe because now it's just over 10. To me, a really psychological number. And yes, they did have the news, as Zach pointed out. The next high looking left, takes out 1013. I mean, just look left. I mean, it takes out 1013. I mean, it could have that run. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be super low. It's not crazy high. Another education stock, guys, LRN. These education stocks, LRN, TAL, and GoTo. Now, look at, I know you hate this one, Zach, but YMM, it's actually an earnings play, and it's held. All right, LO. Let's see. Are you going to hold this 1014 level and move? ALLO. Yeah, the uranium stocks were certainly strong yesterday. How's URA doing right now? I know it was strong. Yeah. So it's choppy. Look how choppy this is. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, this is uranium stock. Yeah, quadruple U. How's CCJ doing? They all look the same. Look at these bottoming tails. They all kind of look the same. Yeah. Well, I had high hopes for this Mike's. I thought, I was getting all set to maybe take this one, but this just got halted on the way down. So a big kind of sell-off got halted on the way down. Hutchison, is this Hutchison or Hutchmed? Another China stock, HCM. All right, guys, trying this DO, 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 DO. The alert came at 9:16, so got up to 9:28. Of course, it's, we've established that it's got some room. The high yesterday, or the high. Oh, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. I thought it was 9:10. So, I may be a little premature in this one. The high last month was 9:27. All right, LYLT just showed up on the 10-day daily breakdown now. And it's an all-time low. And just getting slammed here. Hmm. Watching this LYLT very closely here. Bit of a spread issue, but all right, guys, I took myself out of the dough. Bit of a rookie error here. For some reason, I thought 920 was the high. I thought 920 was the high looking left on that month. Come on. I thought 920 was the high looking left, and it's actually 927. So, and that's what it got to. You see, that's exactly where it got to. So if it happens again, I'll be ready. So I took a little loss on that DO. My thoughts on HTCR, it has surprised me. That's about my only thoughts. I mean, you read the news, hopefully, AKH, so you know it's a $3.5 million buyback. I didn't think it was that much, but and what did it do? It got up to 175, and then high right over here is 178. So probably going to struggle to get right through there. So those are my thoughts. So we're getting some choppy action after that big burst, the first 15-minute candle burst on the SPY. Now we're starting to see a sell-off. So if you're long things, you may, depending whether or not they are truly trading on their own, you're obviously going to have to pay attention. So not for the faint of heart, but I'm noticing some bottoming tails for AERC. All right, some bottoming tails, big ones, on that 15-minute candle. 15-minute candles, the last two. This still has another 2.5 minutes to close that candle, but look at it go now. But again, super erratic. But again, what do these bottoming candles mean? At one point, the price was down here in that candle, down to 923. The buyers closed it here. The sellers tried again. They got it down to 940. The buyers are in control as we speak. Will they remain in control? It's always this battle all day long. So again, you see for me, the importance of always looking left to see where the next high is. And I don't know why I thought this next high was 920 for the DO, and it just stalled right there, at 927. I never, ever, ever would have taken the trade, but I don't know why. I must have just looked at it too quickly or something. All right, LYLT. This is it. Maybe had a little pop up. Let's see. We get a massive drop from here now. I mean, I look at AERC and I'm already shorted. I'm already shorted. I was just waiting for that. Yes, I'm already short. It has bad news. Yeah, and it showed up. It showed up here. Okay, 663, and it popped up a little bit. Was waiting to get back down to that level. The spread wasn't great. Now it could still be really jumpy, but we'll see what happens. And listen, I may be wrong about the HTCR. Somebody asked me in our YouTube room. I mean, it is now, yeah, I mean, if it takes out 178, I guess anything could happen. It's because of the float. Traders right now are starving for these low float situations. I mean, this news is, come on, it's a big deal, a 3.5 million share buyback. But it doesn't matter what we think. Come on. See, the LYT, it's got to settle down. Come on, one more crack. All right, so this is on the way down, guys. This is showing up, this showed up in the small gap breakdown, or a small gap will break out, break down. Okay, so this showed up. And I'm sorry, price at 24.39. So it actually had a bit of a pop. This is what I'm talking about. So obviously something in red means it broke down. Okay, that's the color coding. But I'd be using this like a watch list. Will not get too many. Oof, all right, guys, I'm just waiting on this LYLT to see if it just gets into the 30s. It might take some out into the 30s. Yes, there it goes. All right, guys, I've covered some now. I've covered some of the LYLT. Now, ACLX, I'm seeing. Why am I seeing it? Is it here? Seeing it somewhere. Ah, the biggest gainers. The biggest gainers. ACLX. Yes. Wow. All-time high. Remember seeing this one yesterday and remarking what a great run it had. It didn't really care what the market was doing over the last few days. Well, HECR, I mean, the only reason now, guys, is traders are just starving for something like this. Another low float situation. Who cares about really the reason it's going up? Now let's look left. Last month, the high was 193. So, I mean, it's above it. The next high is like, well, 383. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but all right. Put a price alert around 2, see what it does there. That's optimistic, Zach, but you never know. I mean, the news, never want to see a restatement or whatever that provides an update. So unable to align on extension terms. Sobeys provided a notice of intent to exit. Don't talk to me about Iova. Do not mention Iova again. Ugh. And I'm just kidding, of course. Remember now, now, Frank, I've got ban control. Ban. Kick and ban. If I click on that, you're gone. I'm kidding, of course. Yeah, AERC is coming back, guys. It is coming back. You know, remember I just mentioned all these bottoming tails, so the buyers are in control again. I suppose if it takes out this 12 mark right up here, it could get rolling again. Traders will be looking here. 1526, yes, LYLT. I'm sorry, Michael. It does? Just give me a moment, okay? If you were in the YouTube room yesterday, Michael was talking about his trading style. And of course, you know, he's completely different from me, but he says if you get, you know, your trading should be boring. U28 value is at least one. I did not know that. What sort of alerts are you getting right now, Shady? Are you guys getting the same alerts? They may not matter. I'm going to have to check. I think it's something. I think it's something to do with beta. So are you getting the same alerts because it may not matter? Well, Zach, hey man, you might be right. Maybe it's going to get down to 5. So if you do a history on this, hmm, you're getting OCUL. Well, let's see if it worked. I'm going to have to check. I can't check right now. I can't even remember. I think it's something to do with beta. Yeah. So of course that'll supersede it. Of course, you're U28. So you're best to obviously get rid of it in my scan. Yeah, I had no idea. I must have. Again, that's bad because I hate to hand out these when there's a promo or a custom formula because that really then I have to start explaining what it is and how to create it and all that stuff. So LYLT got halted on the way down. So my guess is that you're probably getting more alerts than I've got here. My guess. You're, of course, you're a special case, Shady, because most people probably don't have any custom formulas. So their U28 would not, if they have a U28, would not take over the scan. Now, yeah, the AERC is halted on the way up. What is the clue? Well, so far, not great. I mean, you know, we're looking at here. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Now, so this is showing you where the potential open will be. And of course, this is nothing written in stone. And this will change, of course. And if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 10:27 plus 36 seconds. So a little over a minute and a half from now, if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. Okay, I'm going to quickly check to see what that code is. Okay, AERC just opened, and what happened? So it dropped a bit, but not much. So let's see, is it going to ramp, and romp? The answer is yes. Oh my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Here you go, guys. So the only way I play IPOs, the only way I play halts, obviously if I win this before, great. It got halted at 12. What did it get halted at? At 12.12, okay? Notice it dipped down to 11.75 and then it came back up through that halt price. That is the only time, I will try to play a halt. But, I'm not in like I'm scalping, well, scalping it. When I say scalp, I mean I'm talking about getting in and out quickly because I don't trust this at all. And look what happened afterwards. Okay? So, okay, LYLT just opened and on the way down a little bit more. Now, Zach, don't tell me you're going to take it on a bounce, though. You know why I'm saying that? Yeah, I feel like I do in terms of knowing you. In other words, when there's bad news. Now, at some point, will it bounce? Yeah, probably, but my goodness, I mean, it's insanely lucky on that AERC, but I got to move on now. Wow. So word to the wise, guys. Anytime a company comes out and says things like, well, hey, we've got to restate guidance, revenue, CEO gets fired, things like that, you got to pay attention to that all day long. So the LYLT, and you know what? The funny thing is that I was amazed that I got it easily enough. Okay, Doe, are you going to do it? Anyway, what I wanted to say about the LYLT is that did not get nailed by the uptick rule. By nailed, meaning I was able to get a short immediately, even though it was down over 10%. Lots of shares available, 400,000 now at Interactive Brokers. The uptick rule is this. So when a stock is down 10%, well, let me back up. If you want to short a stock, I don't know why I picked Morgan Stanley, but let's say I wanted to short Morgan Stanley, okay? So the bid ask is 84.37. Typically, if I went in at 84.37, I'd get a short immediately. You see, it's only down 1%. When a stock is down 10% or more, though, just going in at the bid and getting an instant fill may not happen. What has to happen is you have to get some action back at the ask, and then get back down to the bid, of course. But you may be in a big queue of other people wanting to do the same thing. So it can be really frustrating when a stock is down over 10%. You go in at the bid, and again, typically you'd get an instant fill if the stock weren't down 10%, assuming your broker has shorts. I mean, obviously that's your broker has to have shorts. So I've been in situations where I want to get in and it starts to drift down on me and I just don't want to chase it. So in other words, the LYLT, I was able to get it at 665 and I put it in at 665. I got it immediately. Other times, if it hadn't been immediate, it may have gone down to 663. I could have tried there, but it can get very frustrating as it keeps dripping down, 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 and you're not getting a fill. Okay, so that is the uptick rule, and it'll also carry forward the next day if a stock is not. I have to. Somebody's going to refresh my memory on this. I think that the stock has to be up for the day. If it's not up for the day, even if the stock is not down 10%, it is still in effect, even the next day. So that's when you're hearing me say every now and then, the uptick rule nailed me. But in this case, wow, look at this. I took some out just over 6, but hanging on, all-time low. Wow, wow, wow. Well, this is an alpha stock, guys. Look what the market's doing. This doesn't care. This is going to continue down for who knows how long. Well, I usually at around 10:20, but I'm just so wrapped up in my trading right now. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday. Between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, I share my screen and I am live on the mic. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. And yes, this is a free room. You don't even have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in this free trading room. The only caveat is that 2 or 3 times a day, you have to put up with me promoting Trade Ideas. So here we go. So I put my homepage link in. If you click on my homepage link, wait a minute. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. This is not the correct promo code anymore. This is died. I got to tell the guy to make the change. I think we're going to have another promo for Father's Day. Maybe give me a moment, please. I mean, that Father's Day code might be out, but I don't think it's going to be 25%. So right now, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this promo code is not active anymore. So let me just put in the promo code that you can use to get 15% off. So when you click on the link, you'll see there are 4 subscription levels, and it's the only software you'll ever need. All right, there are 4 subscription levels. So there's an annual for premium and standard, and monthly for premium and standard. The annual, wow, I haven't been following the AI, but this is what the AI looks like. So there's that Eldon, 323 was the alert. It's at 347 right now, ELDN. The big difference between our premium and standard is that AI that I'll go over in a bit. So the premium is 2,000 on an annual basis, 2,000 upfront, less than 15%, and the standard is 1,000 upfront, less than 15%. I wouldn't take out an annual though, unless you absolutely know you want the program. You can always start off with a monthly, either standard or premium. You'll get that 15% discount off the first month only. But if you do want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we'll honor that 15% at any time, okay? Meanwhile, HCM is ripping here. And again, the big difference is the AI, which I'm going to go over in a bit. So if you do take out a subscription, and I'm lobbying hard, and I mean hard for this, you cannot activate the software until you do this. Let's get started. Too many people try to die. It's a software program, guys. Okay, so there is a bit of a learning curve. You should learn some of the basics. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas, but you should learn some of the basics. So take this. It'll take you 30 minutes. It's 10 videos. Starts off with a download and install, the first startup and login. Okay. So like do it. And I can say I'm lobbying hard to put a lock on the software until we know you've done that. I do a market, well, it's not a market recap, so it's a single stock, but anyway, you can sign up for it right here. I do it at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. On my homepage, a lot of other information. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, free. I've already talked about the stock of the day video that I do. Once you've done that 30-minute introduction, then you can take a look at the user guide. That's in the education section. All I would do is this. Now you should have already done this, the getting started. Concentrate on what the channel bar is, because there are a lot of scans there, what an alert window is, and what a top list window is. You should know that this is the basics of trade ideas, the basic information about trade ideas. Afterwards, you can figure out how to make a price alert on a chart, how to create sound alerts in your alert windows, but just get this down. So don't get too hung up on how much else there is. Just get these 4 down before you do anything else. Daily support sessions. So I take a break at about noon Eastern, between 12 and 1. Boy, there's a lot of action here, guys. OCFT, HCM, I mentioned earlier. Anyway, the daily support sessions. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday. So that should be Mike. Today is Wednesday. I'm sorry. Today is Wednesday. So it should be Jamie in our YouTube room. And if you got a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, which I'll go over in a little bit, and if you have an E-Trade account, he uses Brokerage Plus and his E-Trade account to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, so if you have questions like that, you can save them up. Before I take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there for that hour. And then Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30, but you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris from Trade Ideas for another hour. Daily webinar. So today there is one. This is the one I do help out on. This is the Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. But you can sign up for all the webinars Here we're this week we were on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last, back to basics. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, this starts off with what is a stock? And this is free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. My scans. So obviously I have to be a member of Trade Ideas for my scans. Click here. You'll hear me talk about Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. The basic, the 10-day daily breakdown, which gave us this gem right there. And even MFST for a while. But this gem of LYLT. These are the four I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down, and the gap up and down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. So here are all the scans that I am sharing. Give me a moment as I size my window. So all the scans that I'm sharing, we have a ton more up here. If you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Docked Channel Bar, you will see that we have a lot of theme-based channels. So if I click on the momentum channel as an example, this is what you're going to see. So here's WIMI, W-I-M-I. Now, first of all, before I say anything else, Trade Ideas is a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is or where you live, you can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan. What is it looking for? Well, if I right click on that, this is an alert window. I click on Configure, and then I click on Summary. This tells me what this scan is looking for. So if these filter requirements are met, in other words, the stock is between 1 and 50, 100,000 shares, etc. If these filter requirements are met, all of them, and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what we're really, really good at, the real-time alerts. Now, you might say, wait a minute. Well, that was at 1042. Let's just click on it and take a look at what WIMI is doing. You can see exactly what happened here. Look at this, okay? And if it made another high, you'd see it again. So if you like this scan, all you have to do is right click and duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, basically all you're trying to do is get it out of this layout. Now it's free floating. And then you can right click, save or share to cloud, and save it to the cloud. Now, of course, oh man, Zach, LYLT, what a winner for us. That's a good point, Perfect Circle. Is it another well, but it had specific news. It had specific news for it. Oh, I'm still in, of course. Why not? I mean, I took some out just over 6, but other than that. So what's this OC? I mean, look at OCFT. Look at this thing going. Click, click. I must have something open. Oh, I know it. Just a second. I've got something open. Just give me a moment here. I'm going to find out what I've got open that's preventing me from. Oh, no. Okay. I was wrong. Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. These scans, see how it's pink here? So I can only but when I took it out, I mean, I don't want to get too involved in this. So, the explanation is it's just that these scans here are related to these charts only because it's got that little pink up here. Notice there's no pink. So when I click on a chart, on a scan, it'll load in mine. But anyway, all I'm trying to say though, right here, is that if you like the scan the way it is, you can save it to the cloud. But if you wanted to make adjustments, in other words, maybe you don't like that price range or the minimum volume. Let me back this out. So maybe you didn't like this price range. Right click again on the configure and the summary, and you see this price range is between 1 and 50. Maybe you don't like that. Maybe you want it to be between 10 and 100, or 1 and 100. Okay, and so click on the summary. Now you see it's 1 and 100, but you can change it. You can change the volume. Say okay, and now you could save it. Meanwhile, look at HTCR. Yes. Well, it still hasn't quite cracked two. Yeah, I'm just watching this now at the two. So if you like this, so you can make the change, okay? Or you just keep it the way it is, but you can make the change and then save it to the cloud. And all I'm really trying to point out is that you can go to the different channels and start taking a look at the scans that we have created for you. Okay? All right, HCCR, I am just waiting to see how well it holds this 2 level. So go through the different scans or the different themed based channels and start extracting scans that you might like. Here's another one called the low float winners. There's HCCR right there. Low float winner. CYRN. Okay, so you can start to extract scans, save them to the cloud, and then all you do is file load from cloud. And you'll see them. If you save them, you'll see them. And you just highlight, load, highlight, load, highlight, load. And you can create a layout without actually, sorry guys, I'm just watching. So you can create a layout without actually knowing how to build a scan from scratch. Okay, so I've got my scans I'm sharing. We've got all the scans in the toolbar, in the channel bar that we're sharing. Yes, my goodness. It's amazing, one on the way up, one on the way down. LYLT. Wow. Okay, Will. So guys, obviously I'm in this HTCR, I'm watching that, and I'm watching LYLT. That's what I was saying. One going down, the other one going up, because it's got the room, HTCR, and I'm amazed at the move. I have to admit, based on that news, but what do I know? But again, the next high looking left on the weekly, I'm sorry, in the monthly chart is 383, and on the weekly chart, we're probably getting a little more close to a high of, yeah, 254 is the next high. So be aware of that level. And Will, you asked for my scan. So on my home page, okay. So there's my homepage link, Will. So just click on it and go to the scan section, okay? Yeah, and they're just sorted in a different way, okay? That's why I have it like this, okay? You will see the same stocks, but sorted in a different way. When we're in like earnings season, we get a lot more. But so I've sorted this one position in the day's range. So I see that love is right at the high. So obviously it's had a big rebound, whereas curve is at the low. I just want to see, I always want to see stocks near the high or the low of the day. That's how I do it. Okay, that's why I've got this position in days range filter, and I sort on this so I can quickly, as opposed to my having to do this, okay, and looking down here. So imagine if this is full of 100 stocks, okay? So I don't want to have to scroll down. So what I do, I just duplicate the window and then I just sort one way, showing me the stocks near the high, the other way, stocks near the low, if that makes sense. Okay? It's just easy. In this particular case, it's not that big a deal. I mean, if I had this, if I could have this window on its own and I could quickly see the ones near the high, the low. But imagine when there's 100 stocks in here. Meanwhile, my God, my goodness. And we're another halt down, LYLT. And I haven't got a clue what's happening with the rest of the market, but who cares, guys? I mean, a $3.5 million share repurchase program. It's hilarious. Doesn't mean they're going to do it. They've authorized this. It doesn't mean they're going to do it. They might do $25,000 worth. It doesn't matter though. We are in, as Zach said yesterday, we are in small cap mania again, which is awesome. I haven't even had a chance to look at your. There's just too much going on. All right. Well, I've obviously taken some off now. I mean, that 268, 270. I'm looking here, and there's the 383. But we looked left on that weekly chart, the 254. Now it took out 254 without too many problems, but the minute it started to drop, I took some off. Why can this happen? Look at the float, guys. So again, you hear me talk about the float all the time. Why is it important? The float is the supply of stock available for trading. So for me personally, anything under like 20 million under is what I call a low float situation. That is the supply of stock. So all of a sudden, if there's some demand for the stock for whatever reason, be it an earnings play, some kind of press release, so there's high demand, low supply. This is why something can go up 140%. Okay. Now, I don't think LYLT was a SPAC to answer your question now, perfect. Not based on this price. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the bid ask here. Okay, I've covered some more, guys. The only reason I'm covering some more of this LYLT is because when we looked, this actually said five something, so I thought maybe we were going to get a bit of a pop, but meanwhile, it's continuing to move down. What a So if you don't have trade ideas, I mean, look, you can come in the room, it's free and all that, but you want to take this seriously, you need a scanning program. And yeah, I work for Trade Ideas, but I didn't always work for Trade Ideas. In 2010, I did not work for Trade Ideas. I took the program or subscribed to the program. Well, it may be no reason, but you're trying to apply logic to a Trade 22. That's the problem. Look at the SPY too. I haven't even really looked at it with that big pop at the beginning of the day. But now look at it chopping around. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails. I did not catch IMTE. No, no, I did not catch IMTE. Got my hands full. All right, guys. So if you want to build your own scans, you can. If you do want to build your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click on an alert window and click on configure and then click on search, when you see these icons, these are all the real-time alert icons. Now, I almost exclusively just use new highs and new lows, but we have a ton of different, real-time alerts. And when you scroll down, these are the filters that we have. Don't get hung up on how many we have. Why we have so many is that when the company started in 2003, when the company started in 2003, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So they created what they felt were enough filters and enough real-time alerts that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so that's why we have some. Don't get hung. You don't have to learn them all. I hardly know any of them. I just pick and choose the ones I want, and that's it. Well, it's funny because when it was halted, this bid ask was showing five something. Not, again, as we all know, that's not necessarily what's going to happen, but that's what got me a little bit. Well, remember I'm in at 665, so but boy, just continuing down. No, I couldn't do it, Zach. Couldn't do it. Had my hands full with some other ones at the very beginning. I'm ready for a rest now. Okay, so if you have our premium service, this is what I would do in order to watch the AI. Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Zach. This is what I would do to watch the AI. If you click on new from our toolbar, then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay, the trades window. This is what you'll see. The only thing that might be changed for you is that I sort on in this filter right there. It's a drop down menu. I just sort on any profitable trades. I don't care about anything else. I will follow No, I haven't been able to do anything with this today, but I will just follow these trades, these alerts, use it like a watch list for the day, and that's it. I should be in this one, the Eldon, because it's right up my alley. I like these lower price ones. It's up 7%. Okay, so we get the question all the time. Well, is there a video that shows you how you can trade the AI? No, there isn't. The only thing I'm going to say is that we don't recommend auto trading. People want to auto trade it. Yeah, some days it might work well, but overall, we don't think that auto trading is the way to go. It's sort of a man and machine issue. The machine will alert you to the opportunity. How you manage that will be up to you. Okay. Do you get the premium service? Your standard, if you want to upgrade, just do this. Go to the home page. I just put in the homepage link. When you click on it, you will see a little sort of a pop-up. Okay, questions and answers. Click on the questions and answers and then ask. Okay, and then ask that question. Give them your email address. Say, hey, well, how much, you might want to find out how much it is and all that. Okay, but give them your email address so they can look up your account. And then they'll take care of you. You'll get a discount. Okay? Well, we do have news. So Santos, so we do have news in the single stock window, but I don't, typically I don't use our news. I mean, I use Interactive Brokers headline news, okay? It's usually a little more instant, but we do have news. So in the pre-market, it's not bad. You can always see, obviously, if something is an earning play, or for instance, let's take a look at the LYLT, AYLT. Probably that news was there. Yeah, there it is. Okay, venture stock drops by a half, so these exit program. Okay. Well, I have no idea if TD news is good, but I like my IB headline news. I have Interactive Brokers, so I have no idea if TD is good. Because I've never had the program. But I mean, this isn't bad. Don't get me wrong, it's not bad, but and there are times where, not often, sometimes I look in IB, Interactive Brokers headlines, and I don't see anything, and I click here and there is something. So, but I would say that, 95% of the time I'm looking at my IB headlines. Well, I'm wondering if finally I'm going to get rid of everything in the LYLT. Certainly, if it gets closer to 5, I'm out. I told you guys, you're not allowed to mention IOVA. Oh, I can't. For somebody just coming in right now saying, "Why the heck is he saying that?" It's a joke. I had my alert set at 8:38. So much right here. You can see it right there, that green line. I wanted to take that trade around that 8:38 mark, and I got the alert, and then I got so distracted into doing something else that I forgot about it. And look what happened. A dollar move. And the reason why would I be interested in this is because look at the gap fill potential. You look at this daily chart. I mean, look left. I mean, and when I say this, I'm not saying it's getting up to 1438, but the way I trade is I always try to take out chart resistances as one of the reasons why a stock may not go up. A lot of other reasons. Okay. Finally, buyers take profits, something else happens. But I want to take chart resistance as one of the reasons why a stock will not keep going up. And you can just look left. You can kind of see that if the stock were up here and I had an alert and I look left, I wouldn't take the trade because I'd be looking left thinking, wow, too much resistance nearby. Now, that doesn't mean that it could just pop right through, but I try to put the stats in my favor or the odds in my favor. Yeah, so I'm not a big back tester, Santos, okay? I am not a big back tester. All I can do is show you how you start it. You need our premium service for it, okay? You need an alert window, so some kind of an alert window that you have created, and then you right click, back test strategy, okay? Now you can pick the start time, your end time, if you have an exit, things like that. This is all, I mean, I can send you to the guide because it's got a lot of, most of the information is there, but I'm not a big back tester. And then you just click on the simulation buy, and you never do this during the day. You, and this is what it would look like. So consequently, you look at this, and this would not, obviously not back tested well at all. I don't back test because I just want my alerts. I don't care. You could tell me that. People ask me all the time. For instance, here in my 10-day daily breakdown, if I back tested this, it may not even look good. I don't care. I want to see the alerts. I'm not overrun with alerts. Okay, so I want to see the alert. I want to see what it looks like on the chart, and then I make up my mind if I want to trade it. So back testing for me is just not nothing I want to do. Then you can get into the optimization though. You can take a look at, okay, what price range seemed to work better? What time of day seemed to work better? Okay, now you don't want to curve fit too much, but if you've got 1,000, if you when you back test and you've got 1,000 results, well then you can afford then to take a look at, okay, maybe there's a good time of day, maybe there's a better price range, maybe a minimum things like that. I just don't do it. It's painstaking to do. I used to a long time ago, but I don't have the time anymore. But if you go to the guide, just a moment. So if you do go to the guide, or I'll click on my alert, and then you'll see this. Okay, then go to the guide, education section, and then click on the user guide. And where are you? I know you're here somewhere. Backtesting, okay? Click on backtesting, and there's some videos and there's text and all that, and that'll get you started. Okay, with the concept of what backtesting is all about. After that, it's up to you. I mean, nobody's going to tell you, well, can you give me a good scan that backtests well? No. One of the problems with well, a problem, if you want to call it a problem, is that you can have something that seems to backtest very well today as a strategy, and then 3 days from now, market conditions may change and it looks terrible. Okay, it looks terrible. So that's why back testing is a constant tweaking process. The guide is excellent. The guide is excellent. Stephanie, some of you may know Stephanie at Trade Ideas if you've had any interaction with her. She did an awesome guide, or awesome job creating the guide. It took about, no, I don't know, months, 6 months, 7 months, 8 months. And she constantly has to Update it. All right, guys. Man, oh man, I'm bushed. This has been such a morning. Brokerage Plus, I have not gone over. You know what? It's 11:12. If you have Brokerage Plus questions, I mean, I'll briefly tell you what it's all about. But Jamie will be in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break, and he is a big user. I don't use Brokerage Plus, okay? I trade from within, even though I've got an Interactive Brokers account. I don't trade using this. I trade from within Trade Ideas or within my IB account. One of the reasons is, and let me just get the Brokerage Plus link in here. So when you click on that Brokerage Plus link, you'll see there are two videos. One is a short video, and it shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account, how if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. Now this is only available if you're using our downloadable version. If you're using the web-based version, it's not available. But again, listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this option. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. Now, the reason I don't use it is because how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. You notice it says Brokerage Plus in the toolbar underneath are two options. One says Live, one says Sim. Sim, paper trading. And that is what I like to show people, because if you're new to trading, you better practice trading before you commit money to the market. So our simulator is very, very good. It uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, no problem. But you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading. It's really simple. You click on an alert. Excuse me, first I better click on sim, and then I click on account, get into simulated trading. And now when I click on an alert, the symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at. When you set it all up, you click that buy button, take a moment to survey it, and then click send. Now you're done. So let's take a look at for instance, the HTCR. Say I want to take, let's take 300 shares. I can go in at the market. The spread is really tight, so I can go in at the market. So I click the buy, it sets it up, I send it, and then it'll appear up here. Okay, so now I'm in the trade, in the simulator. I'm in the trade in my real account too, but there it is. Now you can appreciate. Now, would I use this if I, if I were just using, if I weren't moderating a room and trying to demonstrate simulation? First of all, there's no way I'm going to toggle back and forth between a live and a simulation account. Not doing what I'm doing. You got to, trading requires concentration. So the last thing I need is to forget I'm in simulation or forget I'm in live when I think I'm in simulation. Okay. So anyway. All out of the LYLT by the guys, by the way, on that little move towards 5. Well, I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's real-time data. I mean, I think, so it's not, the data is live, it's real time. I mean, it'll definitely give you an idea. And you can set up stops and stuff. So if I can add a stop order, of course, put it right on the chart so I can get a red line on the chart. You know what though? I'm gonna back off. Usually I go into a lot more detail about Brokerage Plus, but I'm gonna back off a little bit here because Jamie's going to be in our YouTube room in about 40 minutes, and Jamie uses Brokerage Plus all the time. So you can ask him questions about using Brokerage Plus, the simulator. The other thing is that I am rarely in more than two trades at a time. Today was an active day for me, but I'm rarely in more than two trades at a time. So I don't, I'm so used to using interactive brokers order entry. I'm just used to it, and do I want to have to click buy here and then click the send and all that? Not really. That's a heck of a bounce now for the LYLT. It is, yeah, it's halted on the way up. Yes. Whew. No kidding, hammered. Any news on this one? Any specific news? Okay, guys. Monkeypox. Take a look at TNXP. Take a look at SIGA, SIGA. This is about as calm as it's been for the last few days. Look at SIGA right here, SIGA, down for the day. So, I mean, if this takes out, that 1127 area, that might get it rolling again. And I'm looking at TNXP. TNXP is actually moving here. So SIGA is lagging TNXP. Again, this is all to do with monkeypox, of course. And I can't, of course, comment on any other simulators. When you say not really good, what would that mean? I mean, the only way to me that it's not really good is if the data is not live, not real-time data. Okay, so this isn't slow. I mean, again, is it lightning? Maybe not, but I mean, it's really quick. I mean, I think it's quick enough to practice trading. All right, and the other thing is that Trade Ideas is not designed for high frequency trading. In other words, because we get this question a lot, people will take a strategy that they've got and they'll say they're trying to make 5 cents with a 1 cent stop. It ain't going to work. I'm sorry. It's just not going to work. You are competing against these big firms that spend billions of dollars to get half a centimeter closer to the server. Okay. So it's not going to work. Now we get, people very testy with us saying, I back tested this. It looks great. I want to make 5 cents with a penny stop. It's just not going to work. All right, guys. I'd be really watching SIGA. Okay. It's lagging that TNXP. We get little monkeypox enthusiasts coming into this one. I've got an alert set up here at around 11:30 or so. Now, by the way, you can practice swing trading in the simulator also. This DXLG, I've actually had this in about 3 or 4 days. Okay. So if I don't get out of this trade in the simulator, this HTCR, if I don't get out of it at the end of the day, then it carries forward. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. Yeah, LYLT has halted again on the way up. Yes. Just unhalted, just unhalted. Yeah, today it's it's had a good day. I wish I'd seen this one a little earlier, the Eldon. But when I look at this, what did it get up to? Got up to 377. So you can see on this particular strategy, you can see what happened. This popped up here, Eldon popped up to 376, and then it pulled back, and that's when the AI said, okay, we'll give you an alert at 323. How you handle it from there is up to you. But this is looking interesting, even here. I mean, if I can pay a lot more attention to, I mean, I can't, I'm got a lot of things on the go, but I use it like a watch list. So this Eldon right here could be setting up easily again. So even though people get very hung up on, well, man, I got the alert at 323 and now it's at 326. How can I possibly trade? The AI is not designed, for scalping. Now, does it get out of trades or will for instance, when I get into a trade, I'm not in scalp mode when I get into a trade. In other words, I'm not trying to only make a dime or something. I always have the expectation, a reasonable expectation of making at least a 1 for 2 on a risk reward basis. So if I'm risking 20 cents on the trade, I want to be able to look at a chart and say, okay, it has a chance to go at least 40 cents before it hits some kind of resistance level that I consider resistance. Now, if I get into the trade and moves up a dime and then 15 cents, and then it starts to come back down, and I decide, you know what, I don't like the trade anymore. Sure. But I didn't take the trade only trying to make 15 cents, risking 10 cents. For me, trading is a very fluid situation. And our little HTCR is starting to move again. Can it take out 3? Again, now the next high looking left is 383 on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, I think it's the same thing, 383. So I mean, it's got a shot. I mean, it's got a shot, before it hits that, another little resistance area. Man, oh man, oh man. It's a great word. a moment, guys. So again, news for me is not about looking, especially an earnings release. You know, people get very hung up on looking at an earnings release, and they look and it says EPS is up, revenues are up. This is even they may even guide well, and then all of a sudden, you know, the stock drops, and they can't understand it. Why does this happen? So for me, earnings, yeah, it, certainly I want to know if a company has released earnings. But other sort of news, like what happened with the LYFT, and again, I obviously with the HTCR, that's the sort of news that just, for whatever reason, well, especially the HTCR, traders get all sorts of, there's all sorts of interest that gets generated. Now we're in a small cap mania right now market, but so many times I see people asking me, not in this room, somehow they get my email and say, I took a trade in this one. I looked at the earnings report. Earnings were up. Analysts are saying it's supposed to do this. They maybe even guided well, or they don't look at guidance. That's probably the main culprit. People don't look at what the guidance is. All they see is earnings per share were up, revenues were up, everything looked good, and they don't dive into it a little bit more and see what the guidance is. So, for instance, meanwhile, guys, I mean, I'm talking, and MNSO is just ripping here. What's your float? Not a low float, 52 million. Yeah. So just to finish this up, earning guidance is everything because remember what earnings is all about is what they did in the last quarter. But if a company says okay, and you look at what they did in the last quarter, it looks awesome. But if they come out and say, you know what, we think it's going to really slow down in the next quarter, why would you buy their stock? It's really that simple. Okay, KH, so you have Interactive Brokers, obviously. So you just go click on File. So the question is from our YouTube room, how to get stock-specific news from Interactive Brokers. So you just click on File and then click on New Window. Well, when you highlight New Window, then a big pop-up will happen. Scroll down until you see News, and then it says News Wire. It's going to keep popping up on you. News Wire, and then it'll say company specific news. Okay, again, these are all pop-ups. Okay, could you follow that? It's like hovering over the selection and a box will pop up, and then go to that box and hover over it, another box will pop up until you get to company specific news. Okay. And then once you get that pop-up, then just save it. Save your layout then, so you don't have to do it every day, of course. Whew. Okay, guys, 11:31. Give me a moment. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys. So, you know what I'm finding interesting? I mean, the market has been very choppy. I mean, we had the big, excuse me, that big opening 15-minute candle, and then the second one wiped it all out. Then we had another green candle, topping tails, bottoming tails. It's been very choppy. What's been really, really interesting to me is that we're getting nice trades. Okay. In other words, the things that I've been looking at anyway have had great trends. They've not been following the market, and sometimes that's just not the case. And you can get chopped out of trades just because they're choppy. But I mean, look at this MNSO from here, 635 to 695, straight up. And of course, we can talk about the other two. So the HTCR, I'm completely out of it. What I want to do is just going to set an alert up here around 314 and just see if it takes that out later on. Obviously some profit taking right now, including myself. Well, your topping play and bounce plays are just so active for right now. I just can't. Well, let's see, 11:35. Well, I've got about 20 minutes, so I guess I have time if I want to take another trade. Right now, I'm in nothing. I forgot about DO. And I'm telling you guys, this little guy here won't give you too many. This small gap breakout probably will not give too many alerts, but just as a watch list, following them, I forgot about the DO. I mean, I was too involved in other stuff. I wanted to take this trade at around 928. Now, what I probably would have traded some out, but this is a small gap breakout. You know what I'm going to do? I am going to duplicate this window. And then I'm going to take that filter out and see what happens. Oh, that's what this one is. I thought, oh, okay. Yeah, this is probably a nice one to have in here. Okay. The distance to the next high or low. That's what it is. So I would probably keep this in. So for those of you who know how to create a custom formula, yeah, I would not get rid of it, because what that's telling me is that when I get an alert, it's looking left to see, okay, where is the next high on the daily chart? And I want it to be at least $1 away. That's what that is. So if anybody's interested, right now with that U20, if you've never created a custom formula, then it won't matter. You should be getting way more alerts though than this, because that's just restricting this. What that filter does, it restricts it so that it has to be, when I get the alert, it has to be at least $1 away from the next high or low. And you can see exactly, I mean, look at the Rev G. So when we got that alert, I mean, here it's looking up here, and it's obviously it's more than $1 away. All right, I'll give you that custom formula. Other than news, is there any way to tell when Kohl's is going to get purchased? Not really. I mean, it may not happen. I mean, the deal with the franchise group is moving along. There's nothing set in stone, Peter. I mean, look at Twitter. I mean, that's an extreme example perhaps, but just because these things come out doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. So moving along, something could happen, I suppose, that curtails the deal. Okay, let me get you that custom formula, okay, Todd? Just got to find it. Formula editor. Oh, good. Okay, so Todd, I'm going to put it in the off topic, okay? Just because it's not specific. So I'll just go to the off topic. So this is the custom formula to use. So if you know how to make, well, obviously, you probably know how to create one. Okay, so that's the custom formula to use. Okay, there it is. So, I've just put min 1. Now you can, of course, if you want to make it any other, so that means it's got to be at least $1 away, at least $1 away from the next high or the low looking, because it works both ways. So Shady, that's for you too. Well, look at the SPY. SPY is in making new highs right now. Sorry, making new highs right now. So Peter, again, to answer your question, nobody knows. Nobody can possibly know because the deal may not go through. So there's no like, okay, this is definitely going to happen on a certain date. I haven't looked at one gap continuation or release. Or release? Did I say release? Gap continuation or reverse? Not one today. Now, I should point out, these are hotkeys, all right? So if I want to get out of a trade, I just have to, if I just highlight the trade, okay, just highlight the trade and then I flatten. That gets me out of a trade, or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Or of course, I could go down right into the order entry and pick how many shares I want to get out at a certain price, okay? So I can do that too, but all right, I just want to make sure it is Jamie. It is, yeah, he just actually told me. So it is Jamie in our YouTube room today, guys. So in about 15 minutes, I will be taking a break. And before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in. And Jamie, I say, will be there between 12 and 1. Now I'm keeping a real close eye on this HTCR to see if it takes out 3 again. When you say it didn't work, okay, let me, the reason why is you capitalize the ABS. It's got to be exact if that's what you did. If you capitalize the ABS, it's not going to work. It's got to be exactly like this, just like any other computer program. When you're writing code, So if that's what you did, capitalizing the ABS, then that's one reason why it's not working. Okay? Guys, keep an eye on the SIGA. Keep an eye on the SIGA. It looks like it wants to maybe take another little run. Well, unless I copied it wrong. I mean, there it is right there. I mean, it's right there. So if you copy this exactly like this, you will not get an error message. It's got to be exact. Ah, okay, that's my fault. Okay, there was another bracket. I'm sorry. No, 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 you copied it wrong. Todd, you copied it wrong. There's another bracket right after that price. There's that square bracket, then there's another bracket. Okay, so you did not copy it exactly. What I'm seeing here, you capitalize the ABS, and then there's no bracket, close parentheses, after the price. Okay, it's got to be, well, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's got to be exact. See, I mean, here it is. But you're not loading it from the cloud anyway, right? I mean, this is just you said you know how to create a custom formula. So you're going into your formula editor and creating it, the new one, and then putting that in the description, or not the description. That's not, yeah, that's not you said you know how to create a custom formula, right? No, 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 no. It's not a cloud link. That's the formula to use. If you don't know how to create a custom formula, I direct you to our user guide. Well, don't try to figure it out. I mean, if you've never created a custom formula before, you're going to have to go to the guide. Okay, so click on my link. Okay, and then go to the education section. Click here on the education section. Click on the user guide. Okay, and then when it says custom formulas right here, click on that, and that's going to explain how to create a custom formula. And then that's the formula that you use. What I pasted in, that's the formula to use. Okay. We have another one. Now the box D, ooh, it is shortable. It is shortable. Very cheap one. This has been just this was one of those SPACs I think that got nailed. 2 days ago, yesterday, following through today. Biogen? Well, there is news. But this happened at, so the withdrawal from the Jefferies Healthcare Conference cites considerations related to COVID. So I mean that was at 11. I mean there may have been news earlier than that, but that was at 11:44. I don't know if that's the reason. Oh, you've already, yeah, you posted that. Okay. Boy, this Siga looks really tasty here, guys. SIGA, what it's trying to do. Who's is doing it again? Who's is doing it again? Wow, look at that pullback. Oh, I see. It showed up in your bounce scan. Okay. Never heard of Iova. Never seen that symbol in my life. Oh, I thought you're kidding me, Ori. Yeah, yeah. No, if you're just joining, I'm kidding because I should be in this one at 9:30, 8:38. And people have been jabbing me about it, and I thought you were just doing that. Is that Mongo database or something? I think that's way outside the price range I look at, but let's take a look at MongoDB. Um, yeah, I mean, I mean, it's had a nice day yesterday, a little bit of a follow through today. Next high is 310. So, I mean, that's not that far away on a percentage basis. I mean, that might stall it. I don't know. I see UBS maintains a buy, raises the price target to 345. Maybe that's given it a bit of a lift. But again, this is way outside the price range I'm comfortable trading. But if I were looking at this, I'd be looking, I'd be just look left and where's the next high? And the next high is 310. So I mean that's $5 away. That's not a big percentage difference. There might be others in this room that look at MDB. They might have a different insight. I have no insight whatsoever. Yeah, we saw MNSO right here. So the initial alert. How's this OCFT doing? Guys, keep an eye on this Rev G. Rev G. This came from the small gap breakout. Obviously, it has room. The next high looking left is 1245, and it's just kind of basing. Okay, guys, I am going to put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. And yeah, I'm sorry, Jamie will be there in maybe 5 minutes or so. Dawn, got off my watch list. Yeah. Yeah, because I thought it was getting too close to that resistance area. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of coasting now into my break. So I'm just again waiting for Jamie to show up. That SIGA still looks interesting. The SIGA still looks interesting. For it is really settled down for it, even only a 1 cent spread. Maybe on a quiet Friday afternoon, you guys who are gamblers, PJ, you know who Danny Sheridan is? Danny Sheridan? Okay. Ah, Jamie, I hear you. Or you just popped into the room. Now, can Jamie hear me? I'm just going to get my announcement here. Look up Danny Sheridan. Boy, do I have a story. Hey, Jamie, I can't hear you. Now, why can't I hear you? The site is not muted.
Hello, testing 1 2 3.
Now I,
Testing 1 2 3.
Jamie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you can hear me? Maybe Jamie can't hear me.
Testing 1 2 3. I do believe I have it, Barry.
Okay, you're in. You just can't hear me. Okay. Okay, you got it.
I could hear you. I can't hear you anymore, but hopefully everybody can hear me.
Okay, I just muted myself. Okay, so I'll hand the room over to you now, Jamie. Okay.
Anyone? Bueller? Testing 1 2 3. Hello? Barry, can you hear me? Okay, thank you, David. Okay, Barry. Looks like we're good to go. See you in an hour. Thank you, Jeff. Okay. Very good. And you can see my screen. Okay. Thank you, Barry. Enjoy your hour. We'll see you in a bit. All right, ladies and gents, I'll be your host for the next hour. So, any questions that you might have, go ahead and use that chat panel to get them out there. Boy, this little guy's been active today as well as yesterday. Husa putting in a nice green candle yesterday and trying to do it again. The other high flyer, Aero Clean, taking a little break today. But boy, what a run that one had yesterday. With the FDA approval of their air filter, pretty big deal, I guess. All right, where's my pen? All right, looks like we got a pretty good crowd in here. Now, one thing I want to point out about AERC is for those of you who might be embracing the stock races, there were a lot of a lot of races being won all over the place. AERC. So you would have got an early heads up if you were watching some races. For example, it was all over this one yesterday, the hugging the 10. Of course, if we kind of squish or expand out the 15-minute chart here, we can see yesterday's action. What a beautiful little run up on several different factors. Nice pre-market range. Well, give me my line here. Nice little break right in this area right here. And then whoosh, off to the races, no pun intended. But notice, nice little break from the pre-market range, winning a lot of races during this time right here as it was hugging the 10. And then boom, ignition, liftoff, topping out at a very nice price of right about 14 bucks. 14.23 to be exact. All right, trade, reading your thing there. You got the next high-low custom formula and have it as a column in the PDR. What does it tell us exactly? All right, good question. That is a filter that we came up with not too long ago, where it actually was years ago, just doesn't seem like it. But for example, if we're looking at Lab D here, get rid of that. Okay, so Lab D, as it's coming through, hitting new lows today. You know what? While we're on the topic of Lab D, it is an ETF. But when you see Lab D putting in a pre-market range like this, it's always good to pay attention because once it breaks one way or the other, it has a tendency to follow through a lot of the times. Now, it's not always as pretty as this, but this is a really good example. Notice when we broke to the lows here, nice clean down move right here. Nice tight pre-market range. As soon as we pop it, boom. Now back to the other point. Next higher low, which is this column right here. We also have it in the upside ticker. Notice I also have it just in my more generic uh, volume and momentum tickers over here, or alert windows, I should say. Look, HUSA's coming through in real time. Let's check it out. And it's telling me next higher low, a buck 88. So what this is doing, all right, there we go. It's looking at what might be the next area of resistance. And let's see here, a buck 30 would put us around 960. All right. And notice the high of this candle back here is going to be about 988. So that's approximately, it's telling us, of course, we could look at the chart and do this. I don't know why my system is bogging down a little bit. Bear with me. So it's marking off this. It's as if we were looking at the chart going, okay, this could be the next area of resistance. And that's what this column is telling us when we look at HUSA. You know, it started off here, a buck 72. As it marches on up, the number is going to get smaller, obviously, the closer it gets to this level that it's marking off as potential resistance. Now, on the downside, it's just going to be the next area of potential support. So if we come back here and look at the Lab D chart, it's given us approximately, what was the last one that came through there? About 5 points from here. So 47-ish, or excuse me, minus 5, so 38, okay? So it's simply telling us that approximately, I tell you what, I could just move this line on down. This little area right here, it's calling out. It's like, okay, if we get down here, this area right here could potentially act as support. And we're just talking about this little area right here. So first stop here, if that doesn't hold, we get another notch down. Okay, you got it, trade? Good. So it's just a way to go, the bigger the numbers, I should pay attention to those. And if the chart looks good, I know that there is, as Barry likes to say, there's room. And of course, we've got Husa winning some hugging the 10 races. No big surprise there. Once it reclaimed it, then it's starting to win as it's hugging that 10. Of course, we had a nice little downturn bounce. Boy, as soon as it reclaimed that 10, off to the races again. All right, questions panel appears to be nice and clear, but don't be afraid to use it. ACLX. Not a bad little run off the open, but if you didn't take the cookies, regressed back down, acted like the 10 was going to kind of maintain control here with that wick candle, but nope, closed below and a little downturn. Yep. Nine moving along nicely. Speaking of energy stocks, been holding this one for quite a while. This is one of the newer, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is BNRG's 10th day in existence. Of course, it is an energy play as well, but more on the heating equipment side. Israeli company. But this is a very handy top list right here. If anybody has an interest, just let me know. I'll drop the cloud link in there for finding the stocks with limited trading days. The less days, the simpler the setup, right? Let's see. What just disappeared from here? It was TIGA? Obviously not. But boy, my charts are starting to lag. I probably should have rebooted early this morning, but I did not. In any case, this list right here will do a good job at finding stocks with limited trading days. This guy's only 3 days old. Hey, Aya, how you doing? All right, Dave, can you detail your interpretation of compare count and sector count market pulse? Sure. Okay, so this little guy right here, this is the one I've been watching forever. Notice big cap movers upside, big cap movers to the downside with a minimum market cap of $4 billion, right? So if we take a peek into this compare count window, obviously we're going to have the green data side and the red data side. The configurations are pretty simple. So any stock hitting a high, and by the way, I look at these readings after the opening 15-minute period, right? And so what this thing is going to do, it's going to show me advancers versus decliners that are adhering to this filter set in the first 15 minutes. So pretty simple filter set here. 1 minute volume's got to be 3 times what is compared to normal, and the market cap has to be 4 billion or higher. Just trying to get a feel for what the larger cap stocks might be doing in that opening 15 minutes. Because a lot of the times, but not all the time, it can give us a good indication of market direction for the remainder of the session. Now I've got the earnings per share filter in here just to weed out the ETFs, iShares, all the good stuff, anything that does not report earnings. And the filter set is exactly the same on the downside, except we're looking at the ones hitting new lows. So what was the count this morning? I forget. It wasn't mind-boggling. We were 56%, for example. Here we go. After the first 15 minutes, we had a pretty good bullish bias of 56%. Now, it's kind of the magic number. 55% is the threshold. But man, when you get 55, 56, or even tighter, like the other day we had a 51, that just tells me that anything is possible. Could have an up move, could have a down move. Now, in these market conditions of late, usually when it's a weaker count, um, then the direction's going to be to the downside. That's just what I've noticed. Now, when I really start paying attention is when we see a bias of 57, 58, or even 60% one way or the other, assuming that the market as a whole is not following it, right? So some of the best compare count readings that you can get is when the S&P doesn't pull one of these, crazy wicks. We just have a calm opening, and then we see a 57, 58, 60% bias one way or the other. In my experience, that's when these things are the most valuable. Okay. So we want the least amount of overall SPY movement coupled with a high count reading, which is anything, in my opinion, above 57% one way or the other. That's when we really get some good readings from these things. So in the same vein, we apply the same type of observations to the sector, right? So this was my sector count after the first 15 minutes. And we can just look over here and see, okay, wow, there was some heavy selling in utilities, energy. Sorry, these kind of hard to read here, but energy right here. We had a 94% selling bias. Same way with utilities. We had a 75% buying business, or excuse me, buying bias in materials, big one in communications. So this can help you dial in, okay, using the same type of logic. All right, well, let's just see XLC. I haven't had time to look at all these today, but let's pull up XLC and we're going to look. Okay, boy, talk about shaking the trees on the open. Look at that opening candle. Oh, that's pre-market actually. This is the first candle here. Okay, so once again, this is XLC communications. It's this one right here. Look at that huge bias, 86% buying in the first 15 minutes, which is this candle here. Where you at, Pen? Hold on. Okay, so this is the opening candle right here. Notice it wasn't a huge move up, nothing like that pre-market candle, but that was, maybe, hey, if it trades there, maybe it'll go back there. But keep in mind, if you bought at the open of this candle, you're still in an uptrending, nice little trade there just on the tracking ETF in and of itself. So, that's kind of how I use these things, right? Is looking for the big biases here. Huge bias in comms, XLC. The move continued after the first 15 minutes. Now, that's not always the case, but a lot of the times, if what you're seeing through these metrics jives with what you see on the chart, not a really dangerous zone here on the daily on XLC. It's consolidating nicely. Looks like it's setting up for, we get out of this little range right here. We could take a nice little pop to the upside. And then our sights are set, somewhere in this new tranche that would develop here. So let's see. Dave, does that make sense? Okay. And hello to you as well, blind trader. Yeah, good afternoon, good morning, depending on what time zone you might be in there. It is 11:14 Central Standard Time, but already past noon on the East Coast. Ah, Hal, thanks for pointing that out. It was Tiger. A young stock, a young Chinese stock, I might add. Oh, wait. Nope, that's not it. There it is. Look, it popped back up on my top list. TIGOR. Okay. Um, Man, I was contemplating buying up a little bit of this as we broke these levels here earlier today. Would be up not quite a quarter maybe on the position, but this little guy's acting strong. 1, 2, 3 days. Another trick when you're monitoring these younger stocks, and of course, everybody's going to have their own number of days. Like, not even going to pay attention to it until it puts in 5, 6, 7, 8 days. But really, it's going to be how conducive those days are laid out on the chart. This one, it looks like there's definitely interest in it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But on limited trading day issues, whether they're SPACs, new issues, whatever, if you have limited trading days, one of the coolest things you can do is apply anchored VWAP to these things. So if I come up here, click on my little pin, click on the anchor, and then use my pointer to anchor to the first day of trading, boom. Notice this purple line here. That is the anchored VWAP, average volume weighted price of all the shares traded since this day. Now notice on this day, we got right up to the VWAP and then backed off. Then on the 6th, it looks like we closed above. Let's see what the closing price was. 454. So we closed well above that VWAP, another close here, and then a march higher. And now notice this candle is resting. It's kind of hard to see the purple line, but it appears what was resistance in the VWAP, if we get a good close today, might just become support. And the high of this thing is not too far away. So just a nice simple way to establish lines of interest, support, resistance on stocks with limited trading days. All right, just looking to see if I missed any questions. Don't think I did. But if you got one, go ahead and get it on out there. Checking in on the AI. Not exactly lighting the world on fire, but green is good. Had a couple of really good winners on there yesterday. I think some 7, 8, 9% winners. Let's see how these trades are shaping up. Okay, WFRD. Kind of a nasty little pre-market area there. A lot of topping wicks being put in here. And it's kind of looking like we're just butting up to these levels over here. Boy. All right, Michael, just reading your comment here. CHS beat big on earnings on Tuesday and raised their outlook. Chicos. Yeah, we got through this little level here. Of course, we got all this chop over here to deal with, so This little area right here, that's where it's got some wood to chop. How's it looking on the weekly? And we can see pretty much this line is corresponding with this line here. But the 20 period here on the weekly looks like the current support level. We got a little room up to $5.70, and then we'll have to see what happens when we get up there. Oh yeah, energy's back in play. Everything in cycles. And of course, when we look at the gas pump prices, it's no big surprise. Yeah, I see your comments there. How I believe it was Michael. You're talking about who was on the mic yesterday? Michael Noss. Oh, I see. Okay, I gotcha. 10-4. All right, back to checking out this WFRD. Pretty much the same, bumping its head up here. That kind of confirms what we're seeing right here on these wicks. It's knocking on the door, but it might have to build up a little steam before it attacks that area. Boy, Robinhood, you know, had this little bump up the other day, and they just deflated it again. And we're not too far away from Zillows. Looking at the weekly, we can see here, wow, what a fall from grace. Topping out at 85. So we got a 10x haircut going on here in old Robinhood. Going to be interesting to see how that saga plays out. Can you share a scan that gives good intraday setup and ideas? I have too many stocks or zero. Well, Lo-Fi, there are many things that can point you to good setups, right? But in the end, of course, we can't ignore charts, right? But there are a lot of different factors that we can bring into that equation. Um, right off the bat, give me a second here, go away, spam call. These are two of my more favorite momentum tickers right here. Turbo breaks up and turbo breaks down. Now, the reason I name them breaks is because I really like to watch these things for intraday range breaks and or range breaks from the pre-market, right? Same pattern. Some occur, some you're referencing the pre-market range, some you're referencing the range that has been established in the regular session. Now, the thing about opening range breaks, otherwise referred to as orbs, let's revert back to the AERC from yesterday, okay? And of course, there's let me clarify or qualify this by saying they're not easy to find because you have to scroll through so many tickers typically to find a decent setup. Now, yesterday, if we look at this pre-market range here in AERC, all right, notice we had the high here, we had the low down here, but that is a regular session. But the pre-market range was right here on the low, and this line up here is the high. So it dipped below it a little bit. Buyers came in, reclaimed the 10 period, which is the green line there, and this was the magic area right here. It broke its pre-market range, right? Now right here, if we zoom out a little bit, so we can see these bars in more detail, notice what it did, and I'll just drag this line down. It put in a nice little rounded bottom on the 15-minute. So this was the high. This was the low right here. And then we slowly crept back up and then boom, right here. Right here or right here, wicked above. There was plenty of time to grab that guy. But if it's breaking its intraday range, what does it have to be doing? It has to hit a high, right? So, if you would have been paying attention to a window similar to this, and the volume was there as it's cracking that nice little rounded bottom level and breaking out of its range, that would have been a good entry. Okay. Now, they don't all look this pretty. Okay. So you might have to scroll through, depending on the day, 10, 20, 30 symbols before you see one where the timing is appropriate, okay? Because, there's not a ticker that myself or anybody else can give you that's just going to spit out quality trade after quality trade after quality trade. We have to set up the filters or, establish the characteristics of the stocks that we want to see, which is what the filter set does for us, right? It's got to have traded 100,000 shares already. It's got to be rocking a minimum of 3 on the relative volume scale. And all I've got over here is a maximum price. And of course, if it's breaking its range, it has to be hitting a new high. In the same way to the downside, right? Except the pattern is inverted. All right, I just pulled up YMM because it's one of the last stocks to come through hitting a low, as we can see right here. Now, this one would have been good. This opening candle of the pre-market kind of ruined it, right? But it depends on, how you interpret things, right? If it were me, maybe if I was really itching to get into this trade, which is never a good thing, right? You could eliminate the big guy, mark off the candle bodies, and you can see it took a little leg up, but as it's coming back down here and it's breaking these candle bodies, it might go lower and it might not, okay? Not exactly the quality that I'm looking for. I would be looking for a pre-market pattern that is more like this without this big green bar kind of, ruining the picture. A trade, that's a good question, and I'd love to answer that for you. Um, I think it might be doable because we're already tracking weekly, monthly candles. But to get a better answer than I think it might be doable, um, just pop an email off to info@trade-ideas.com and ask that question. It'll get routed over to somebody that's a lot more proficient at custom formulas, and they'll get back to you with a yes or no. But I do believe, okay, yeah, okay, we're already using daily, and we're monitoring weekly and monthly candles on the chart. So yeah, pop the question over, and then someone will get back to you with a yay or an A, or maybe even a custom formula. Can you think of a way to get turbo up hits, say for instance, hitting 2 cents below high, and you've been using it a while? So 2 cents below high. I think don't we have a filter for that? Okay. Now we'll have to pick a different alert because obviously it can't be hitting a high and be 2 cents below its high, right? So let's do a little experiment here. The price is no more than 2. Okay, that's not it. This is going to be at least 2 cents below high. The price is below today's high. The price is at today's high. The price is at least 2% above. Okay, well, that's why we invented this thing. Price is exactly 2 cents above today's high. Hold on. Price is below today's high. The price is at today's high. The price is at least 2% above. Okay, if that's at least 2%. Oh, okay. Below. All right, never mind. No more than 2 cents below, but we don't want it above. Not at. Okay. That's going to give us exact. Show me stocks where the price is exactly 2 cents below today's high. Okay, let's just run with that one for a minute. But we can't use new high. So if I had to pick a de facto alert, I'd probably go with maybe running down, which means it hit a high and then it backed off. So let's try that. And don't tell me we get nothing. I think it's that exact 2 cents below the high. That's a little tight. So what we're going to have to do here, we don't want it above. This filter's a little different than all the others with the negative values. It's not used to at least 2 cents below. Okay, this is going to give us at least 2 cents below, but we don't want to see it. Okay, there we go. The price is between 2 and a dime. 2 and 4, okay. Still going to be pretty tight. Okay, at least we got a hit there, but that was 2 minutes ago. Okay. Of course, this is a little penny stock, 70 cents. It's sitting 3 cents below. SNMP just now came through. All right. And if we wanted to see that value, let's add it as a column just for giggles. And then that will tell you the value below the high. So this one as well, putting in a wick up here, then a wick down here on the 15. But let's see how many things this guy's pumping out today. And by the way, lo-fi. Highs where I didn't forget about you there. Things where I can Clearly see entries, exits in order to quickly know if it's interesting or not. Yeah. And so circling back around to what we were talking about and using that AERC as the example, you know, for especially for newer people in the market, the opening range break is one of the simplest patterns out there. And of course, you can apply it to multiple time frames, right? That breakout pattern can occur on any time frame, including the daily, the weekly. But it's very popular for the intraday. So I'll be happy to drop turbo breaks up and down into the chat area for you. Now, Dave, does this config look good for you? It's looking like it's spitting out enough symbols, but not too many. Or are there any other tweaks you might want to add before I drop this one in there as well? And we will not need next high or low in this window because we're not using the high or low. But also, too, the only reason I picked running down now is because that looks at quick bid movement to the downside on the 1 minute time frame. So that's going to give you the results the fastest. Because you could convert this into a top list. And we might want to try that too if we, let me retitle this. $2 to 4 cents below high. And then if we pulled one of these, if we just use the old collaborate, I'm just going to duplicate an existing top list. And I'm going to collaborate it. Well, collaborate, paste. And I got to make sure that list setting didn't stick. Okay, all symbols. Just curious. Okay. See, with that filter combination, if you wanted to get a peek at what might be coming through if the alert fires, then this would be the thing. What's odd is all these little penny stocks. So obviously, if you don't want to see those, we'll just come over to the market or the exchanges tab. Well, those are NASDAQs. They're not pinks or OTC BBs. Cool. Okay. Well, then I'll just drop both of these in, and lo-fi, I'll drop the turbo up and down in there for you. All right, here's the below, or 2 and 4 cents below. Here is the top list version of it as well. You might want to tinker around with that. And let me get these guys pasted in as well. Just keep in mind, lo-fi, if you want this next high or low column, it's a custom formula, and I'll be happy to drop it into the chat as well. No problem, Dave. All right, there's the upside version of Turbo Ups. And let me get the downside version as well. Now, formula editor. U54. Okay, so this is the custom formula here. I'll just drop this in the chat as well. And I'm going to put only works with new high and new low alert. All right, now you guys have that custom as well. All you have to do, create a new one using the prefix that you want. Drop that custom formula right here in the source field. Make sure you name it appropriately, pick the format and whether you want any graphics, save it, and boom. Once you do that, once you create a new custom, it's always a good idea to come over here to account and say reset my connection. That way, when you go to look for it, whether it's a top list or an alert window, when you go to your filter list and to scroll all the way to the bottom, that's where all your customs are going to reside, at the bottom of the filter list. Yeah, Dave, and to your comment there, you weren't aware of the below high filter. I hadn't heard, that term in a long time. I'm like, hey, we got a filter for that. I just haven't personally used it in quite a while. Which leads to a good point. We've got a ton of alerts and filters, right? So many that it's kind of overwhelming, especially when you're a new user, right? All the alerts, all the filters, right? But even the most advanced traders or the traders that have been trading the longest, seasoned veterans, even they don't use everything. They don't use half. I dare say most people who use the product don't even use a quarter of everything that's out there, because once you find your niche and you find what you need to produce the types of plays that you're looking for, well, there you have it, right? It's like a carpenter only has so many tools, some saws, some screwdrivers, hammers, nails, you know. We've got a big tool chest. You just pick out the tools that suit your trading style and go to town. All right, wow. Time flies. About 18 minutes till the top of the hour. So if anybody's been sitting on any questions, don't be shy. Okay, lo-fi. What you want to do to insert that custom formula, and I'll just walk through the process here again. Let's say I'm on the other side of the fence and I got my chat panel open, and I'm just going to highlight that custom formula and copy it. I'm going to come over here to Tools. I'm going to go to my custom formula editor right here. And first off, if you've never created a custom before, you pick a prefix. And if you've never created one, you're probably seeing U0 or U1. I've got a ton of them. So it's telling me that, hey, if you want to create a new one, these are available prefixes. So I'll say, okay, U79. All right. I'm going to, all I would do is right click and paste that formula editor in there. Oops. Looks like I accidentally stuck a 0 in there, or a little caret sign there. Oops. All right, well, let me just try this over again. Okay, now that I've got a valid formula in there, see, it's telling me, okay, that works. It's only valid for alerts. then I would name it appropriately. Probably just leave it in the 1.0 format. That's a pretty generic setting. Don't really want any graphics. And then I would just save it. Okay. And once I saved it and you are in your window that I sent you the cloud link for, at first this column's not going to show up. So once you install the custom formula and assign a prefix to it, the system says, hey, you're green, you're good to go. Come down here, give account a click, say reset connection. That way it just forces that filter to show up for you. And then when you go into configure and you go all the way to the bottom of your filter list, once we get past all the stock filters, then you see here's when my custom starts showing up. And so once you have the custom in here and you can see it, you just treat it like any other filter. You would click on the filter and then you would say show column. Then it would install that column for you, just like what you see here. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And since we've been speaking, Holly went from slightly up in moderate mode to slightly down. Kenobi. Reminds me of the new streaming thingy. I guess they're going to do a new streaming series for every character in Star Wars, it would appear. But that was kind of obvious when Disney bought them. They're not just going to sit on it. Speaking of Disney, let's just take a peek. Oof. Disney's cut in half since March of last year. Mickey's not too happy about that, I'm sure. Might not be a bad place to take a little trade right here, as you just pointed out there, Circle. Of course, we're looking at the weekly here. Risk is clearly defined. Got a date with the 10 period coming up here. But the 10 period has been tapping it down for a while now. But not a bad swing trade play. When do they report? In May? They're already done. Makes me think of the South Park episode that included Mickey Mouse. All right, let's just take a look at what Yield Spy is doing right now. Nice little dumpage right here. But look, I remember it was last week with Andy's webinar, and we were talking about what might happen, right? And I do believe that my interpretation was we were setting up for a little sideways action after we reclaimed this area here. You know, resistance, resistance. Oh, pop above and close below. What was resistance has now been support for, this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days. These are not necessarily the most conducive trading markets. You better be quick, because not to say that some stocks won't continue to trend, but most do not. And that has been very apparent over today and the first 2 trading days of this week. I've been sitting in some stuff up 1 minute, and if I'm not quick enough or get stubborn, green turns to red. And until we either break below or gravitate on up here, that will probably be the case. Very good, Lo-Fi. Got that custom installed. Nice. BNRG. Still, there is hope. One that did not work out so well that I was in lately. Edo. Just kept inching down, inching down, inching down. Doesn't look like, that big of an inch down, but it certainly did. And here we are looking at the weekly. I've never seen a time period where there have been so many IPOs that do this, right? To use a worn out term, it's kind of unprecedented, especially when it's a big visible stock with a lot of hoopla like Robinhood or Coin. That's the entire weekly history of Coin. I mean, come on. Topping out at almost 430 and now down here in the 60s. So not quite a 10xer on that one, but Robinhood being the payment for order flow broker dealer and crypto dealer, and Coin being predominantly the crypto exchange. You got to wonder what's going on there. That is true, Circle. CPI coming out Friday. Better be nimble, better be quick. I've just got a few small swing trade positions on, which in this uncertain market, I'll just do a lot smaller size, put my stop in and see what happens. I either get stopped out or I don't. It either works or I get stopped out. If I get stopped out on everything, it's not going to hurt too bad. It's going to hurt a little bit, but it's not going to be, anything that's not out of the realms of my risk levels. Sideways March, and the 10 is the tester right now. And of course, looming right above, we have the 50. It's kind of hard to see. I probably need to choose a darker color for my 50. The light pink's just not getting it done on this background. If you were going short on oil, what would be your confirmation? Man, what's the ETF for oil? I think oil is one. That's the beta crude right there. I mean, it hasn't really even crossed my mind. But look at this chart on the weekly. That thing's a freight train, right? And look what it's doing right now. It's busting out. I mean, look at this nice little, this little weep. I wouldn't even try to step in front of that right now. Yeah, so let's look at the SCO. And just about, it's the same thing as trying to short oils, like trying to pick a bottom on this guy, good luck. Not saying it can't be done, but it's not really my bag. If anything, I'd probably be, long oil on that pattern that we just saw because and, just recently, there's a lot of chatter about gold breaking out, right? It's got a ways to go, but I mean, it's the same type of potential, revisiting um, what we saw back here in March, right? Go retest these highs. This is one big rounded bottom potentially. So even Bloomberg analysts are coming out and saying that they expect large, breakouts on gold, Bitcoin, and I think it was bonds. Of course, just because an economist at Bloomberg is saying this doesn't necessarily mean anything, but you're starting to see the same thing, the same mantra being repeated among all of the quote unquote analysts. Um, and sometimes that means something, sometimes it doesn't. That is true. All right, looks like we got about 5 minutes here. Barry should be reclaiming his MC levels soon. All right, a little bit of time for a last minute question if anybody has them or anything else I can do for you guys. How far away are we? I think the low was 771. So just about 60 some odd cents, 70 cents away. You're welcome, Dave. You have a great rest of the day as well. Goes out to everybody in the chat. Hope your day is green. Hope your week ends green. And I hope your month ends green as well. And more importantly, the year. Yeah, and there's rumblings about an SEC market structure change. If you follow Zero Hedge, they put out an article the other day about the SEC is looking at banning high frequency trading, which my jaw kind of hit the desk. I'm like, that sounds too good to be true. And how would that impact people like us that trade the retail markets? Would we even notice any difference in price action? But if they do it, I guess we're going to find out. You're welcome, blind trader. You have a good day too. USA looks like it might want to take another, let's see here. Yeah, it's got some room. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little pullback to the 10. It tried once. Buyers are still in control though. Talking about multiple time frames for charts, Lo-Fi? Or multiple meaning something else? Yes, I do. This is just my one of my monitors. I've got another big one on the right that you cannot see, and I actually am a little too crowded. I need to add more monitor space. It seems as traders, doesn't matter how many monitors we have, they're always jam-packed, right? We never have enough space. But about to update the old computer system soon. That means a new monitor and using the ones I have now as the side monitors and creating a little bit more space. I just need to get on the ball with it. Once the CPU gets to be 4 and almost 5 years old, it's time for new hardware, and that's where I am right now. All right, is there a Barry in the house?
There is a Barry in the house. Can you hear me? Oh, Jamie, I don't think you can hear me. I am here.
I've got accounts at a couple of different outfits. Lo-Fi. E-Trade's great because it allows you to use Brokerage Plus and send orders and do automation and whatnot, along with interactive brokers. Those are two great places that allow you to use Brokerage Plus. Okay, Barry is back. All
I am
right, Barry.
back.
As soon as I see you take the screen, I will terminate my stream.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
I see you,
Yeah.
Barry. So
Okay.
let me.
Okay, I think Jamie is gone. I don't know why Jamie can't hear me, but I hear him. Anyway, guys, so I'm back in both rooms. And so classic example, guys, of why I wait for an alert to happen, a price to happen, and why I don't jump in. Look at the SIGA. Take a look at the SIGA, SIGA. So you see where my price alert is. It was right at the high of that candle, I believe, that one of those 15-minute candles, and that one, and a little bit below that or above that one. And I had my price alert, I think, set at, yeah, it looks like around 11:26. There's that blue line. Let me just demonstrate it a little bit so you can really see it. And this is the great use of the price alerts. I never take a trade unless I get a trigger. Okay. And so for me, it had to get up here. If you look at SIGA, I put a price alert right there right on the chart. That's why the line is blue and is not turned green. If it hit that price, it would have turned green. So I wait, but I don't have to stare at the chart. I just have to set the alert, forget about it, move on to other stuff. But again, the other thing too is just if it had hit the price, doesn't mean I absolutely would have taken the trade, but I would want to know if it did. Okay, so but that's for me anyway, a great use of the price alerts, not having to stare at a chart, not getting in early, you know, saves myself a lot of grief. And look what happened if I had of. So that is the SIGA. And now, whoa, the MVST is now making new lows again. Making new lows again. Not quite an all-time low. This will be interesting tomorrow, MVST, if it continues down. Yes, I used to never short anything under $10, but that's gone by the wayside. And still watching the HTCR for maybe a later day break of 3. HTCR. And what did it pull back to? Pull back to 240, trying to come up. I have a price alert around, I think it's around 312 or so. I think you're probably talking HTCR, right, Cam? I'll bring up HTCE, but I don't think that's what you meant. Oh, you meant HTCR. And the VWAP 242, yeah, you're right. It did get down to right to the VWAP. Yeah, nice VWAP bounce actually. And let's see what else is happening here. Yeah, I think these guys did a financing or no mistrial. Wow. Trial miss, RIGL. Hopefully nobody was in this one. I did see this in the pre-market, but I just didn't think it was worth really talking about. RIGL. All right, guys. So I mentioned just before I took my break, right at noon, I said keep an eye on the REVG. You know, it was sitting right around this 1124 level. So I see it is starting to move a little bit more. And that came from the small gap breakout. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this one going forward. Doesn't give me too many alerts. And this has still been choppy. Look at the EFOI. I noticed that it got back over 3 and it pulled right back down. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting too many new alerts. So since I was gone, I see the market took a tumble. Yeah, 12:15, 12:30. Boy, that's a big red bar. So the market took a tumble while I was gone. So this one from the AI guys actually has some room still. This KNBE, you know, there was the alert at 1846. I don't mind talking about it now. Those of you with the AI, you might have taken it around here. It's over 19 now. And the big thing though, looking left, 1965 is the next high looking left. Is wit any good? Not for me. It's just chopping around. Is it nothing? I don't see anything here. Well, guys, again, I should have been paying more attention. Look at the dough now. Took a small loss on this one at the beginning, 916. Did put the alert at 925, but just too wrapped up on other stuff. But look at this, 961 got up to 970 now. Well, this one it was pretty good too. Z-Lab 3062, and it got up to, before it pulled back, up to 3162. So there's $1. XMTR, what did you do? XMTR 3574. Yeah, I mean, it moved all the way up to 3653. This is the one, this is a really interesting one though. Look at the gap. Look at the gap here, guys, REVG. How did Fate do? 25. No, didn't do it. See if Grin moved down, GRIN, if it moved down from the 2439, not really. So again, what this is doing, it's looking at stocks that are moving but had a very small gap. In other words, that first print of the day, so it's not like it gapped way up. at first print of the day. So it was a very small gap and then move. You're talking about the short float interest, the SI, is that what you meant? Short interest, Cam? So we have 11. Yeah, so we have 11. Well, we have the short float is 11% for HUSA. And as far as Dow is concerned, DAO, let's take a look at DAO. Well, I mean, it's trying to stock, of course. What's KWeb doing? I mean, is KWeb moving with it or is it moving on its own? Yeah, so it's kind of moving on its own. Did not have, didn't look like it had any sort of a pullback. So again, this is another one of those education. So these China education stocks, just in general, have been pretty strong. I mean, we saw TAL earlier, GOTU, EDU. So they're just strong. This is, call it, this is a strong sector. But would I buy it now? No, because it's too extended. And then when you look left, 658. So it did take out that high. The next high is, looks like around 7. Yeah, so it's got some room to 7, but the problem for me would be is that it's so extended on the 15s. So China education stocks are, let's take a look at a couple of the other ones. TAL, see if this one is trading more or less on its own or is, okay, DAO is trading more on its own. Look at TAL, had the big drop. And let's see what GoTo did. GoTo did. Yeah, okay, so Dow, maybe did they have some specific news? So I can't see any specific reason for China education. I mean, basically the China stocks, I mean, after the Chinese regulators said, okay, Diddy, you're okay. Seemingly positive, seemingly, what a wishy-washy word, seemingly positive outcome. Okay, so that is what caused the bump yesterday, or I actually not sorry, Diddy. Take a look at Diddy. It caused the bump for Diddy here, so 2 days ago. Though it gave it up. Yeah, but I can't take the trade, but definitely trading on its own as far as a China education stock is concerned. I am still really not one. I'm not going to lose sight of HTCR, and my key is taking out 3 later on. And it may not, but if it does, I'll be aware of it. That's where I have my price alert set, so I'll be aware of it. And again, I think on the weekly and the daily chart, there is room to 383. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but well, you could have played love both ways, but really the bounce, 27 is that's a $7 bounce. I know some of you did. Wow, this MVST, I can't wait to see what it does tomorrow. I mean, this is almost at its lifetime low. I guess the lifetime low is here at 295, so it's not that far away from a lifetime low for MVST. That was a miss for me at 386, the short at 336 or down to 336 now. What it did is though, it did pop up after the alert. Oh, very, very, very briefly though. And there it goes again. So every time you see it here, this is making a new low, MFST on this side right here. And why I like to organize a lot of my scans like this, so I can take a look and see, okay, great. Where was the first alert? Where was the first alert? And it tells me the time, and it tells me the price. And then I can see, I can click on it and say, okay, what did it do afterwards? Now I can see right here, in this window, this is telling me every time it's making a new low. Right here, this one. Is it right? I don't know. I mean, it's what we have. There it is here too, the 2 minute. Didn't really move it. I do see it on my ID chart though also, so I'm going to assume it's correct. There's my IB chart. So there it is. That's the 15-minute. Zach's favorite YMM starting to drift down now. Anybody think this is going to go negative? I do. This is an earnings play for YMM. So you notice this is another way of organizing when stocks make new lows or new highs. Notice the symbol is not repeated at all. I just see YMM once in this list, but the way it's organized is if it does make a new low, which it did at 117, I will see it and I'll see the price. So if this makes another new low a little bit later, I'll see it. I won't see it over and over again though, like here. The way this is organized, this is the typical way that people see an alert window. Ooh, no, sorry, an alert window where if you have, say, the new high or the new low as your trigger, you'll see it over and over and over again as it keeps making a new high, okay, or a new low. So here, what I've done is I've said, only show me the first time. That's it. Here, I've said, you can show me every time, but I don't want to see a list of YM. I don't want to see YMM all the way up. I just want to see, you just tell me the last time it made a new high or a new low in this case. And it's just a different way of organizing. If anybody's interested, I can show you how you can do this. I think a lot of people know that don't repeat, but This has been a rocket ship also, another China stock. Is this a, no, it's not an education stock, but this has been a rocket ship from the get-go, HCM. So again, basic new highs, don't repeat. Where's the first time? 1060. Okay. The alert happened at 1007 and the price was 1060. So I can check. Click, all I have to do is click on it. When you see a blue arrow like that on the 15-minute chart, that's just telling me the candle on the 15-minute chart that the alert happened. So it's a great, excuse me, it's a great visual way to take a look at it and say, okay, what happened after that alert? Well, obviously that was awesome for HCM. If I move back on the 5-minute chart, I would see the 5-minute candle. And if I, well, here it is on the 60. And if I moved, way back on the 2-minute, I would see the 2-minute candle that the alert happened on. I don't know. I'm looking at AUVI, not that I'm looking at AUVI. I'm looking at EFOI, and they're both dropping now. And today, anyway, it looks like the bloom is off. Those three stocks. Yeah, you can either, as Real is saying, you can either use an emulation program like Parallels, or you can use something like Amazon Web Services. Those are the two ways in which you can then use the program in its as a full program. The web-based version is okay, but it's not as good. It's that simple. It's just not as good. It's okay. I mean, it's all real-time alerts. So if you're on a tablet or something, I mean, I've done it. I've used it on a tablet. I mean, it's okay. Don't get me wrong, but to take full advantage of the program, you should be using it on a PC or emulation or AWS. All right, so I'm seeing a lot of the low flow flyers are starting to drop. Red box, RDBX starting to drop. This is not shortable for me. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the whole idea with the NVAX, what is it now? Yeah, it's still up. Was just, and I'm not a doctor, so but a different delivery mechanism compared to Moderna and I guess Johnson. And so what they're trying to do is maybe capture those who aren't vaccinated to say, okay, this is a different mechanism. Maybe I like this one. I think that's what I read. And then, of course, that was the holdup. I mean, that's why they had to really, really test it or whatever they did. And they came to the decision and said, yeah, okay, you are approved for that particular delivery mechanism. Meanwhile, as I've been talking, HCM continues. Okay, so there was actually some news for this one. Cancer drug gets China's Hainan province health regulator nod. Okay. I wish I'd seen that news. I just got lazy. I didn't check to see what the news was. Okay, thank you, William. What's the float in this thing? HCM. Yeah, I mean this is an impressive move on that news. 168 million in the float and 26% up. That's an impressive move with that float. What should be a good float number? Well, it depends. I mean, and this is all personal. For me, anything underneath 20 million is what I would consider a low float. And then, of course, the lower the float is, which is the supply stock, that can be traded on a daily basis. So when we look at HGCR, so I mean, there's only one way a stock can be up 168% in the day, unless it's something incredible has happened to something with a huge market cap. But because of that float, 5 million in the float, 5.3 million. Look how many shares is traded, 84 million. So you divide that into 5 into 85, you're going to get about what, 17? So that's traded the float 17 times approximately. And I mean, which is, incredible. And that's why stock, so that is a very low float. So low supply, high demand for whatever reason. So for me, anything under 20 million is what I would consider a low float. But I always like to temper that phrase by saying, if a person is used to trading Facebook with 2.2 billion in the float, that person might consider 100 million as a low float. If a person is used to trading the Microsofts and the Facebooks and the Googles and the Amazon, etc., with high float numbers, then that person might think 100 million is very low. So it's subjective. For me, 20 million is what I consider a low float, and then anything underneath, the lower the better. I mean, if it's going to really if you want to see something really move. But there's the high, there's the good. This is the good, but what if this absolutely gave it up? That would be the bad, of course. Okay, so you take the good with the bad. It's wonderful when you're in a low float situation when there's high demand, and you just have to look at the volume. You just look at the volume. There's your demand. And then all of a sudden, the volume starts to dwindle, and look what's happening to the price. It's just kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say that it hasn't collapsed or anything, but the enthusiasm isn't here. So for me, I've got my price alert set just over around 310, or I think. But what would have to happen for me to get interested in this one again is for the volume to come back. So it would have to be moving through this on volume. Otherwise, you get into these situations where you look like it looks like a consolidation break, and you get all excited, you take the trade, then you realize, then it comes right back down, or worse, it drops down below, and then you look at the volume, say, there was no volume on that break. So that's how I trade. But it's not that I will not. I mean, the HCM. So it's not like I would look at HCM and say, oh, I won't trade it because it has 168 million in the float. I'll trade anything. If it's moving, and I like the pattern, I like the room, I'll trade anything. But for this to be up 200%, that float would have to be probably a third of that, or less. And I'm just watching it move without me. It's hard, it's really hard. I have to basically grab my hand and not let me my right index finger, and almost break it, because the temptation is just to chase these. It is on the top scan now, and it is shortable. Yeah, 51,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. So let's take a look left in 1128. So it's way above that, so that's not an issue. 1289, is that right? Yeah, so 1289 is the next high looking left. This is so strong though. I mean, at some point, yes, you think it's going to give it up, but there's in theory solid news behind this. So this is a big, big move down from 1215. Two pretty decent candle there, then a giant red candle, a little pause, but now 45 minutes down. SIGA might be turning into a short. Excuse me. Excuse me. It's hard, these though, because they're so emotional, and if some silly little monkeypox news hits the wire, boom, something's going to happen, or it could happen. Yeah, so I just can't take any bounce from that scan yet unless the market stops going down. It doesn't have to be moving up, but it just has to stop moving down. But as always, I wish you well, William. Yeah, I don't think we're going to find. Well, not the way the market is trading now. It has to be on the downside, Poe. I'm just looking. This one has been super duper strong. Super duper strong. Sorry. REVG. Well, okay. I can explain to you what the concept is, Santos, but I will ask you to go to our, if you actually used, I don't know if you actually checked out what the races are all about. If you went to the education section. So if you go to the education section and then click on the user guide, I don't know if you've already done this. Take a look at TI Racing, TI Stock Race. Before I mean, I can explain a little bit about it, but I mean, I would take a look at this if you haven't done this already, just to give yourself an idea about what it's all about, okay? In a nutshell, this is a top list window. Let me give you on the way up. This is a top list window, biggest gainers, okay? So the way way I have this one organized is the ones right at the top of the day's range. That's that column right there. And so these are the ones I see at the top. Maybe a better explanation though is, let me do the change from the open. So there's HTCR, 116% from the open. Now, this is a top list window. The thing is though, is that you might see this at the top all day long, these three at the top all day long. But there could be something down here that's starting to move and you wouldn't really know. And that's what the races do. You know, it when you start the race, everything is sort of starting from zero. I don't mean like, well, everything's starting from zero. So the ones that are, and how you set the race is going to be the change from the open or the change from the close, or you know, you have to have it some criteria that the race is based on. And so if something now is starting to really move from the open, but it could be buried down here, I wouldn't necessarily see it, you know, because your eyes are only drawn to these top ones, but something could be really moving here. I wouldn't see it. That's what the races can help. Okay. And how, you know, I haven't been able to really concentrate on any of these races here. How it can help me if it's a slower day. I mean, I haven't found this a slow day at all. I'm not a great pullback trader. Okay, so I'm more, you know, somebody, I always want to see things near the high or the low of the day. So I'm not really good at playing pullbacks or finding them. I know moving averages and all that, but it just gets too much for me. What this can do is it can show me, let's just say for argument's sake, I had a race based on, and our EVG was here or in the top list, and it had moved down. Then all of a sudden it starts moving up. I wouldn't see it on my alerts because my alerts are only triggered when it makes a new high, as an example. Okay, that's my way of trading. So in my alert windows, you know, unless the stock is making a new high for the day or a new low for the day, I don't see it. With the top lists, though, running a race, I could see something that has moved down and then it starts to move higher and it could get interesting, if that makes sense. So but how you use it, you know, of course, will be up to you. Whoa. Okay, guys, OSUR. I know it's been triggering for a while. OSUR. Boy, this is a nice breakdown here, and it's an all-time low. Let's see if this, I want to see how well this holds underneath three, and I may take this short. Now it's down 10%, so it might be tough to get, but and it did show up. Oh, I see. It did show up actually on my 10-day daily breakdown at 135 and at 295. So let's see how well this holds underneath three. Yeah, bounce plays are going to be highly suspect with the way this market is trading right now. Let's get the SPY up and get some kind of context for this. All right, so there's the day. I mean, the SPY really has been trading in a fairly narrow range for a few days, week and a half. Just watching this OSUR, guys, to see how well it holds underneath 3. I think if it gets down back down to 293 or so, I will take the short. It's all about the fact that it's an all-time low. So just set my alert down here and see if it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. We do not have Forex, no, just stocks. Stocks only, Lofi, in our YouTube room. No E-minis, no futures, no Forex, no crypto. Stocks, that's it. No options. We do have option filters. So let me try to explain what I mean by that. As I'm watching the OSUR, just want to see if it gives up, if it gets back down to this level, 295-ish. So we do have some option filters. So this is some who trade options say this can help them. So I'm going to right click configure and search and type in options. So these are our option filters. So some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio, option volume. What that option volume is, that's the average number of contracts, total of puts and calls over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, total, broken down. We have the put and we have the call volume today. And this is kind of the key one, the option volume today percent. So if something has traded, say on average, say 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days, and you use this filter, and you put 300%, 3 times 300%, that stock will have to be trading 15,000 contracts today. Okay, so you can use that filter, put, something 200, 300, 400%, whatever you want, you want to see an extraordinary day in option trading for it, then, the higher that number is. You won't get as many alerts, of course, but you'll see stocks that are having an abnormal option trading day. Now, some say that can help. So what it does is at least it helps you zero in on stocks that are having like an abnormal option trading day. But it's not got nothing to do with the Greeks or okay. So Well, OSUR just taking its time at 3. QTT, what's happening to you? So QTT is on the run here. Another China stock, guys. Another China stock. Oh, wow, what a day it's had. I did not see this one early. Did not see this one early, but QTT. Now, somebody says, well, I would love to have seen this one down here. We can create any scan to show you anything, okay? The problem is, I can create a scan that would show you QTT. The problem is, though, for every QTT that does this, you might get 20 others that don't do anything, okay? So there is always a trade-off when creating if you do create your own alerts, or even if you use mine or the ones from the toolbar, from the channel bar, there's always a trade-off. And the trade-off being that if you relax the filter values, in other words, say you had a minimum 400,000 shares, now you want to relax it to 200, you'll get more alerts. You want to relax the relative volume from 4 to 2, you'll get more alerts. Things like that. But you may get a lot, you may get too many. Here, look what I've done in this one. That's why I don't get too many alerts. I have my relative volume set at 8. That means it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal. Okay, I don't want a lot of alerts. I'm actually surprised how many I'm getting here in the lows. So for instance, could I have seen QTT earlier? Yes. Look at it's 9.6 now. The relative volume is 9.6 now. As this was running up, it wouldn't have been 8. So again, you say, well, why don't you reduce it to 4? Sure, I can do it. But for every QTT that keeps running, I may get, again, 20 others that don't. Interested to see what this QUBT, which had this pretty, well, was that 2 days ago? Oh, no, that was yesterday. I thought they had the press release yesterday regarding their thing. They could make it 20 times as powerful, something like that, with some chip. This is quantum computing. Again, I just have to resist the urge to trace this. But this is just, again, I don't see any specific news for this one other than the fact that, these China regulators seem to be okay, starting with Didi, DIDI. Or wait a minute, was there news? Just a minute. No, I don't see any news on this one. Other than the fact it's a low float. Traders are looking for low floats right now. Take a look at Western Digital. Real has been talking about WDC. Boy, QTT. I mean, this is just. All right, guys. Well, I'm starting to not get too many new alerts other than the QTT. Yeah, so this hasn't really dropped yet. The HCM, I know it's on Zach's topping scan. It really hasn't dropped yet. To me, it would have to take out around 1176 or so. All right, I got to set some price alerts on the upside for OSUR. All right, we have a bottoming tail finally on the SPY. That previous at 130, 15-minute candle. It's a bottoming tail. So maybe the selling will be abated somewhat. So now, turning to look for maybe some bounce plays. Well, there are people in the room certainly that do. It's just that most of my scans though are looking for stocks that are really moving. Okay, so it's hard on. It depends what you mean by a mid, but it's hard for a large cap stock like a Facebook, to give us 10, 15, 20%. I mean, it's happened, but you know what I mean? So it's not that I don't, I don't put a limit. So it's not like I put a max cap that I'll trade. It's just that for my scans, none of those generally will show up. I mean, I always say Facebook, I use Facebook as an example. Of course, on this day, whenever that day here, I mean, that's the month, but the day it released those earnings, or might even be this month, that day. Yeah, I'm not a big oil player. The reason being is that I like to find stocks that are not so tied to their sector. Maybe that's just me though. Okay, unless the stock has something specific to it, I don't like. I rarely play a gold stock or an oil stock. I just find they're too tied to what the overall sector is doing, and that's just not my style. Now, if a specific oil stock, had like, we call it this stupid little one, HUSA. I mean, it can't be compared to, of course, an XOM but so it's not that I won't trade an oil stock, but probably the big guys I generally don't trade because I just find they're too tied to what the overall sector is doing. My goal is always to try to find what we call an alpha stock that is not trading, not really caring too much about what the overall market's doing or what its sector is doing. But that again is just me. I mean, there are people in the room that will trade XOM. But if I were going to trade, I would have to have XLE. I'd have to be watching XLE, the sector, seeing what it's doing. I mean, obviously, if you were more of a swing trader, I mean, obviously, energy, this year has been incredible if you're more of a swing trader. But as an intraday trader, let's see what the Indo is doing as an example. Indo's, Indo and HUSA, HUSA, and the other one, that's another small one, MXC. They've been kind of following each other. Yeah, I don't know if I can give mine to you, but you know what? Go through the exercise. I did it, so you should do it. Okay? So click on new and then the dock channel bar, and it won't take you long. Sector status. Now, because any change you make in the channel is not saved, you don't have to duplicate this, but all you have to do is now make sure I'm right here. Let's see what I did. Make sure don't want to steer you wrong. And in fact, I probably can just give this to you. Yeah, I'll just give it to you, okay? The only thing is that I have to change this out. I want this should be real estate now instead of XLRE. I'm sorry, it should be the retailers instead of XLRE. So I'm gonna change that out. But I'll give you this. So now this is showing you the change from the open. And I can do it really simply. I was gonna make you do it, but what the heck? I'll just give it to you. Okay, so you'll see this. This is what you'll see. It's a dock called sector status change from open. Docked. And so now make sure you save it to the cloud. Remember, right click, save or share to cloud. I wonder if I could do it now. Let's see. Now that I've got a little bit of time here, I think I'll just want to change this one out and get the retail sector. I got them to change it because retail is way more interesting than the real estate sector. So you notice this is what it looks like. So I think let me see if I can do this. Duplicate. Close this down. Now where's it going to go? I know I'm talking to myself. Okay. Even if I really screw this up, go, and the change from the open. Okay, so I've now made the change. So now I'm going to save this. So if you want this one, I'll just do a save and share. So you might want to have, instead of that previous one, you might want this one, because now this reflects the retail sector in here as opposed to the real estate sector. And by the way, anybody's looking at this new and saying, I can't do any of that, you don't have to. Like, how did he do all that? How did he create? You don't have to learn all that from the beginning. Yeah, perfect. I don't know. I mean, in fact, I don't even know if this is giving us anything. I think there was that's Michael. Other than Market Explorer, I don't think there's anything. All right, guys, I am going to put myself on mute for a bit here. I'm just following a discussion within Trade Ideas, okay? So I might be talking to somebody. So keep an eye on the AERC, maybe. Maybe. I'm just before I put myself on mute. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. Is Jan halted? I don't see a halt for Jan. Let's take a look. I don't see a halt for Jan. Oh, it's not halted. Why did you think it was halted? Just because it's not trading much? Yeah, no, but it's not halted. It's just no enthusiasm today. This is something I've never traded. Never traded boil or cold or wow. I know you guys are talking about it. Look at these China. Look at China, guys. I mean, I mentioned this in the pre-market. And this is not a recommendation or anything, but I mean, these China stocks are coming back. I mean, just look at from 28 to 33 over the last few days. Having a nice month. The China stocks are coming back off these bottoms. Again, this is not a recommendation, but it just kind of shows you there's been a definite trend change. Now, this is only 8 days into the month. So the alert for this HCM was at 1191. So yeah, boy, I mean, it's got a lot of room if it wants to, fantasy level down here at 1130 for HCM. Wow. Straight up, a little bit of a bottoming tail there on the 15-minute chart, a little bit of a one, but other than that, this is some straight up. Okay, guys, I think that's it for HTCR. Okay, going back, it wouldn't surprise me if it went all the way back down here. I mean, that press release. But anyway, I think that's it for HTCR. Had my alert set up here, that price alert, over $3 didn't happen, so didn't get hurt by trying to anticipate a move. The Northern Lights. The HCM is taking its time, guys, taking its time. Okay, so I've entered that short around 1175. So let's see if this has any sort of movement in the mid 80s gets me out. I'm not going to hang around. You know what? I've taken a short on the LSUR a little bit, just in case. Okay, this reminds me a little bit like the other one yesterday. Not the other one on the long side, just to see if the buying pressure really starts to happen again. So I'm in at 3. If it has any sort of a move, even 4 or 5 cents up, I'm gone. So, but really, my day is done. I mean, not going to do too much better than the HTCR and the LYLT. Meanwhile, MVST just made another new low. Boy, MVST guy, this is going to be really interesting tomorrow. Also, I think MVST, if it, especially if it takes out this low down here, that'll be an all-time low. In fact, why don't I just stick an alert? Just stick an alert. What's the low here? Is 295. Just put a price alert. Oops. Hey, 295. Hey, it might happen today. All right, a little crack for the OSUR. So what I read about that Roku and Netflix, I mean, what I read about the Roku is that it seemed to be employees circulating and this rumor, and Roku basically said no employees are going to be allowed to sell stock or buy stock or something like that. Did I read that correctly? You see, this is what I read. Yeah, Employees speculate Netflix could be a buyer. And I know I read somewhere where Roku themselves said employees are not allowed to buy stock or something like that. Anyway. All right, not liking the HCM the way it's trading. Only going to give this just a little bit longer. Yeah, for somebody like me, Mookie, I mean, whatever it is, it is. As long as we find things to trade with trade ideas, I don't really care whether we call it a recession, a depression, a stagflation, or whatever it is. We usually can find stuff to trade. Okay, that's it for me. I'm out of the HCM, guys. Little loss on that. Only way I'll get back in it is if it gets into the 60s. I'm going to stick an alert. Now, having said that, I really, obviously, I feel for people who have, in the States, your IRAs and things like that, longer term mutual funds, things like that. I mean, obviously, nobody wants to see devastation of that, but I'm just not in that position. Oh, Vicky, 100%, 100%. The best is the 15-foot commute. That's the best part of it. Maybe 20. When you say he disappeared from your email, what do you mean by that, Vicky? He had some personal things they had to do over the weekend, and he's just now getting back. So if you haven't heard back from him, that might be the reason, if that's what you're talking about. Oh, you talked yesterday. Okay. Wow. I just wish I'd been in this MVST. Well, he's around. I mean, Michael's not missing, and I don't know what you mean by that exactly, but he's certainly around now. Yeah, no shorts available for me for the AERC. I don't think anyway, and Interactive Brokers. Last time I looked, no shorts available. Okay. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, HCM, you're going to do it this time. Yeah, too bad no shorts available for AERC for us, for those of us at Interactive Brokers. This looks really like it's going to, I mean, it already is turning down in a big way, but looks like the end is near today anyway. Yeah, that is certainly the dictionary definition, isn't it? GDP decline, 2 successive quarters. What's a good broker for shorts? Well, I mean, one of the best, I guess, is Center Point. I mean, that's what Zach uses. But if you're looking for, I mean, I always consider Interactive Brokers a good broker for shorts. Will I have shorts available for every stock? No, but I think most in the room will agree that, other than a Center Point or maybe is it Cobra, something like that. I've been using Interactive Brokers for 5 or 6 years now, and yeah, I mean, it gets frustrating every now and then when I can't find shorts for something, but I certainly don't let it get me down. It's not enough for me to change brokers. In fact, I used to joke that, not so much in this room, but I mean, that not having shorts available used to help me a lot because if I'd been able to get shorts in something, it wouldn't have worked. It didn't work. It wouldn't have worked, I should say. So anyway, but I think Interactive Brokers, I think is pretty good for shorts. And as Zach says, the C center point short locate is not cheap. So I mean, it's expensive. You want shorts and some of these things that most of us don't have shorts for. It better have a pretty big move because the short locate is pretty expensive. And John is emphatically stating that IB has more shorts available than my broker. Ah, come on, HCM. This is driving me crazy. I'm going to give it a little more time. Yeah, see, I'm in Canada with IB. We don't have that PDT. We don't have that silly pattern day trade. So in Switzerland they do? Really? So I would stick with IB. Can't use the free. Well, first of all, they're not available in Canada, number one. Okay, but even if they were, there's the linking doesn't work with the light version, even if it were. Yeah, you need the pro version. I have no problem. I mean, I know the half a cent a share, but you know what? You get what you pay for. All right, guys, it's 2:32, so I think one last time, just talking about what you'll find on my homepage and all of that. I'm trying to winding this down. The room will be open until 3:30. I'm going to put myself probably on mute around 3. I'm always here to answer questions, though, if need be. Okay, so I put my homepage link in. You'll click on it. So that is not the promo code. In fact, I better get Rudy to change that. You know what? I'm not going to get him to change it because I know what's going to happen. I think we're going to have another one for Father's Day, I believe, coming up. So what I'm going to have to do is just tell you what the promo code is that you can use to get 15% off. The 25% is no longer. So here is the promo code you can use. Just gonna ask Rudy if he knows when that code is coming out. All right, guys, sorry about that. So, yeah, Pepe, I have no idea. No idea. I know they're gung ho on it. Not that they don't want to, as you know, it's not a matter of not wanting to, but they were gung ho on it a little while ago, and I don't know what's happened. I don't know if they've run into a technical issue. A long time ago, I had e-signal. A long time ago, Kern, and I'm talking a long time ago. How do you stack charts with tabs at the top to jump between charts? I don't know what you mean. I don't think you can. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. See, I'm fine with our charts, okay? I don't need a full-blown charting program. I'm perfectly fine with our charts. I know they're not the best in the world in terms of, all the indicators, but I'm not a big indicator guy. I like the way they look. Now that, it is basically real time as opposed to the 8-second refresh, then I really, yeah, so but there's no way to separate, there's no way to separate our charting. I'm not sure I understand the question still. I mean, if you want to jump time frames, we have this, the clock that you can, I can click on that so I can quickly go to a different time frame if that's what you're talking about, but I doubt that's what you're talking about. But as far as jumping between charts, yeah, I don't know. I think now I understand. So you're talking about having tabs up here, you click on a tab and you get it. But are you talking about time frames? Are you talking about time frames, different time frames, or because at least you can do that here. Just click on the clock and you can, I mean, it's another step, but at least you can kind of do that if you're talking about jumping between time frames. Wow. Okay. Forget. I'm out of it. Took another little loss on the HCM. I'm going to forget about it. It's just too strong right now anyway. It doesn't want to drop like sink like a stone. It's just too erratic for me. Yeah, so again, I don't know what you mean. I mean, I've got some dock charts right here. I mean, I can do something like this if I don't quite know what you mean. If you're talking about docking, if you like, are you wanting to create something like this, which is just, like a window? It's called a docked window, and I put charts in here. Is that what you mean? This HCM. Oh, dare I do it one last time? All right, guys, so I'm just going to go over my homepage really quickly, okay? Save my link because then you can look at all this later on. Again, that's not the promo code to use. It's Barry4Alpha for 15% off. That promo code is expired. Do the Let's Get Started, please. It take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos, and you don't necessarily have to go through them all. I mean, if you've already done the download and installation, obviously you don't have to look at this video, but do it. Take you about 30 minutes to get a little bit to sort of understand what Trade Ideas is all about. You can sign up for my daily recap video. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Education, all the education is here. We got a great user guide, daily support session. So today, when I close the main room down at 3:30, Chris will take over in the YouTube room. He'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. I'll put the link in before I do close down the daily webinar. So today's Wednesday. This is the webinar that I help out on. This is Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. I help out on that webinar. But you can sign up for them all here. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. This week it was Monday, Wednesday. That's the rotation. But you can sign up for them all right here. And last, back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little video series. All free. Starts off with what is a stock? And not quite last, all my scans are here that I'm sharing, okay? All the scans I'm sharing are here. Hello, Mike. Yeah, it's interesting, all this talk about payment for order flow, and it's illegal in Canada. So really doesn't affect, but I know it's a big deal in the States and maybe other countries. I really don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen that one for a long time, VVPR. As you say, it used to be wild. Yeah, look at the volume coming in for whatever reason. Yeah, I mean, remember that month got up to $24 and then just collapsed. You know, guys, I'm going to pay attention to this tomorrow. I mean, they're not all rocket ships, but I'm telling you, this little small gap breakout, just doing some checks here, seeing what happened after the first alert. I have it on don't repeat, I believe. Must have it on don't repeat. Oops. So again, if you don't know, you can set up your alert windows on a don't repeat, but you have options. So in other words, if you don't want to see the same symbol over and over again every time it makes a new high, as an example, if that's your trigger, you can say, okay, only show me every minute that it happens, or 5 minutes, or 15, or 30, or an hour. What I do, I say the day. That's just my preference. I just want to see it the first time when it gets alerted in my window, and then I can look afterwards and click on it in case I've missed it and say, okay, what did it do from there? So again, the PCVX, the time was 127, the price was at 2037. I'd call that pretty good. We're at 2091 now. You probably weren't here, Shady. I did, and I handed it out. So and it is important. Well, important. I think it's important because it's do you have the distance to the next high? You may already have that one, the distance to the next high or low. Did you ever create a custom filter like that? Because that's what it is. Okay, then use that one. Okay, use that one. And I put a minimum of one. So in other words, when I get the alert, it has to have at least a $1 gap to the high side or to the short side. And that's the reason, Harry, that's the reason the only one I got here is grin. And you probably have more on the long side, but I have a custom filter in here and I didn't realize it. I apologize. I did not realize it. What is a strategy for playing previous day's runners? Well, what I would do if I were, just maybe create a symbol list with them in there. It depends what you mean by a runner, but if you're talking about stocks that are, say, the biggest gainers of the day at the end of the day, maybe just create a symbol list and track them the next day and see if they keep running. Does that make sense, Lofi? And if you don't know how to create a symbol list, I can direct you to our user guide, which shows you how you create a symbol list. A watch list. I keep after them. They should change it to a watch list. So, I mean, if you think these are at the very end of the day, these are the runners for the day. These are the ones that are up the most from the open. If you said, well, I want to track these tomorrow. Well, you could just, and up to a certain point, maybe they have to be up, I don't know, 11% from the open, or 10%, or 15%, whatever that number is. I can't tell you what number that's going to be. And just take those symbols, put them into a watch list, symbol list, and then track and attach them to a top list window or an alert window and monitor it the next day. Does that make sense? I mean, in essence, that's kind of what I'm doing with my watch list, because these are stocks that probably moved today. Some are from the morning, but again, if that is, if that's what you want to do, then it's fairly simple to do that. Well, it's up to you to set the alert. I mean, I can't tell you how to set the alert. What you might want to do though is make sure, well, when you say where to set well, okay, Lofi, do you know how to create an alert window or a top list? Okay, so you might want to, what I would probably do is have at least one filter, do a search and type in position. And probably what you'd like to see if it's going to be a runner is you want it to be above yesterday's high. Okay, so I would use the position in previous day's range. Okay, and position in previous day's range as one of your filters and add the filter and then put 100. So that means that the stock that moved today is now above yesterday's high. So let's back that up. So let's take a look at HTCR as an example. If you thought this was a runner, and of course it was a runner, for you to see it, HTCR, if you use that position in previous day's range, well, this was the high today, right? So you could, if you use that filter and put 100, that means for you to see it tomorrow, you'll have to get up to 320. It'll have to be at least, and so that could mean, that you'll see this daily chart, you'll see the top, and that candle will be green. It'll maybe continue to run. So I would probably use that as an important filter to use, the position in previous day's range, and then in the min put 100. After that, I mean, you want to put a minimum volume, because something that ran today is not necessarily going to run tomorrow. So you don't want to be seeing if it's only trading 10,000 shares. So you might want to put some kind of a minimum. All right, guys, can I fess up? I did not want to jinx it. You know what I did? Zach knows what I did. I did not want to zinc it. I did not want to jinx it. You got it, Zach. Third time lucky. I'm seeing this conversation. I know this is way off topic now, but I'm sort of winding down. So, how do you guys watch, say, a live sporting event? I want to watch, the hockey playoffs live. How are you doing that without a subscription? It might be very different in the States. I don't know. Well, if I want to watch a hockey game reel, or I want to watch an NFL football game, I mean, I'm never going to tape a game and watch it later, if that's what you mean. Again, this is in Canada. So that's for sporting events too. Interesting. I don't know if we have that in Canada. Sorry, guys. I know we've gone off track here, off topic, I should say. Yeah. So, Mike, we are limited in the Toronto stocks, okay, or Canadian stocks. Yeah, no charts available at all. So you're not doing anything wrong. Just no charts available at all for Canadian stocks. All right, I covered that HCM. I'm done. I basically recovered my little losses. No, no, no chance. We don't have enough Canadian subscribers. And as you know, I'm a Canadian, so we don't have enough Canadian subscribers. We're lucky we have any data at all. Yeah, me too, Mike. I'm in Vancouver also. I don't think the HTCR is going to do it. I'm just looking now. I just don't think it's going to do it. Now, the only thing is, out of nowhere, of course, we got a huge volume burst taking it through three. That could do it, but oh, there were quite a few Canadians in the chat room, or the trading room, as I like to call it. But most of us, I mean, I have not traded a Canadian stock in decades, it seems. Yeah, our most famous Canadian, she'll like it. Vicky! That's my hometown, Casa. All right, guys, I'm just going to put the announcement in, okay, that I'll be putting myself on mute. Oh, it's already here. I guess I should have deleted that, but the room will be, you know what? Let me get rid of it. Who says I don't speak French, Casa? All right, guys, so I'll keep the room open until 3:30. I will put myself on mute now. I'll hop on the mic if I have to. And before I close the room down, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris if you want. He'll be there between 3:30 and 4:30. Well, I haven't put it in yet, but if you want to save it, there's no point going there now. Well, you can. He's not there. But here is the YouTube link. And again, Chris will be there at around 3:30. I'll just put the link in now. Okay. Okay, so this is what you're talking about. Well, I mean, there is a buy signal and a stop signal, okay, in the AI. Okay, that is the AI. So you need a premium service for this. So you have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay, then what I would do is I would click on, if you don't have this window like this up and running, you should, because you're paying for it. So click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Oh, okay. Well, that's really it. I mean, Trader I don't know what, I don't know. They don't have a they don't have like a buy signal or a sell signal. This is really the only one that again, with a grain of salt. I mean, you don't have to get in right at the entry. The only thing I would absolutely always follow is the stop price. The stop price, not the stock price, but the stop price. This might be the one that's going to rally into the close. This QTT. Again, low float, 12 million in the float. This might be the one to rally into the close. I have my doubts about the HTCR unless some huge volume comes in. Yeah, I agree, Zach. Let's take a look left, and the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 280. I'm gonna have to chime in here, Vicky. I don't know if Casa knows your origin. Okay, he might think you're making some kind of a comment. Yes, there you go. Just in case. You guys, Siga's making a little move here. SIGA is just making a little bit of a move here. SIGA, be a late day break here. Look at that little bit of a move, but to me, it's still got to take out that 1137. But tomorrow, you never know. I just have to keep an eye on Siga for tomorrow. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do, I'll put the YouTube link in. I'm anticipating Chris will be here any moment now. So I'll put the YouTube link in. You want to head over there. You'll be there, I'd say, any moment. Oof, is this one ugly? This SLCA. This actually just showed up in my the small gap breakdown. Can't see. Is William long? Oh, he's long at 1553. Okay, well, again, good luck. All right, guys. Again, 328. I'm anticipating Chris will be there any moment now, but so as I get set to shut down the room, thanks for all the help again today. Much appreciated. Another, well, I mean, if you were able to take those early ones, the lift short, not the lift, but the LYLT short, and then the HTCR long, boy, they were definitely money makers. There he is. He's there. Chris is there.
Boy, I barely got in, Barry, and you were.
Well, some days I'm more eager than others. So
Well, blame it on the person in chat that's holding me up right now.
oh gosh, I don't want even ask. Is this what the linking? Is this the linking issue?
No, this is someone wants some kind of custom formula, and
Oh, I see. Okay.
me and customs are not the best friends, not the best of friends.
What does he want? Just out of curiosity.
He wants the percent difference between the 20 and 200 on a 2-minute chart, which I don't think we can actually do.
No. You guys are just saying no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I told him email support, which is really email Stephanie.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're
No, you
listening,
can't do
Stephanie,
it
I'm
all the
sorry.
time. Exactly. All right, Chris, I'll let you take over. Let's see. You are now sharing your screen.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Chris, we'll talk to you tomorrow, I'm sure.
Sounds good, Barry. We'll see you then.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So happy Wednesday, everybody. Wacky Wednesday, where, of course, anything is possible. And we just see just that. So, of course, anybody with questions, and I do have, who was it? Oh, left chat. Hopefully you're here. We're talking about docking. And I was going to go over some docking for you, but let me know, my friend from chat, if you're there. Sorry, just in a chat with someone. So again, folks, any questions or anything, please fire those away for me. Being pulled in a few directions, but I'm not saying Wacky Wednesday where anything can happen. We continue to have nothing happen. We just continue to move in the sideways range on the SPY. I thought to myself, we gapped down, but it didn't feel like a strong gap down. And when we did this, I thought to myself, boy, we take out 416 on the SPY and we can get a close up here today. That's a huge win for the bulls. That did not happen, of course. And we continued to fade for most of the day. We're got some strength trying to come in here on the close and see if that can happen or not. We're down not quite even 1% on the SPY. So continues to be a slugfest between the bulls and the bears. The longer this goes on, though, stops being a bull flag, number one, and it feels more bearish to me. But we'll see. We'll see. Just like the K-Web, I'll flip just as easy. I mean, pretty big deal in the K-Web today, I would say. I mean, that's massive. And I talked about this the other day. I said it could gap up over this for all we know. And I mean, that'll be real bullish. And what did we in fact do? And now we continue to make higher lows. So again, we'll see how it plays out in real time. But I said back here, let's start keeping an eye on China stocks. And China stocks have been absolute fire today. KC, I traded that. Had a nice move in that. BEKE, traded that. Had a nice move in that. So we'll see how that all kind of plays out. And again, fire some questions for me. All right, there we go. So you're all giving me the silent treatment here. Fair enough. QTT. QT, which is a QT stock. Wow, big move. Huge move. Very nice. A lot of volume pouring in too later in the day. It might be something you want to keep an eye on here. And again, talked about China. Now, look, it's also, look at the FXI. This has made a big move over the last week now, week plus, all right? So now we ask ourselves, and you have to ask yourself this according to your trading plan, your strategies, your entry and exit signals that you've created. Is that a buy? Do you need a consolidation? Do you need a pullback to get into this? Or is it just something you're not interested in general? That's the next question to ask yourself. And if you don't have an answer for that, then you remain neutral. And that will go for every and anything related to all of this, of course. BEKE, I'm really kicking myself here on this one. I have not had great trade management on the upside recently. Okay entry. I should have gotten a better entry back here. That's part one. I'm not overly concerned with that, but I got a little nervous here, and I should have, I'm becoming bullish China, and I saw those wicks forming. I'm just coming down. I killed the trade, and I should have probably killed half the position because I had a good enough position. And it came down and touched my entry level, and it's really looked good since. And if you look left on this chart, I mean, getting through this area, we're up at 20 next. Now, does it get there? I have no idea, but the potential of that is rather exciting. But anyways, I closed the trade. It is what it is. I'm not going to re-enter it. And that's that. KWeb is Chinese internet stocks. It's an ETF. All right, let's wrap up this chat. Yeah, so KWeb is just Chinese internet stocks. It's, a basket of stocks. I'm not sure exactly what's in them. But, and then the FXI, that's Chinese large caps. And so these are good ways to track. And, for more context, John, I've been bashing China for probably 12 months at least, saying, all through here, every time it looked like China was ready to bounce, it was a lower high all the way through all of that, right up until now. And now we look like we bottomed. We look like we have a trend. Now, is it a short-term trend? Is it a secondary trend? Is it going to become a primary trend? Those are questions we don't know now. But what we do as traders is we have a plan and signals based on that plan, and we follow that. And those signals may include setups like this, or they may not include setups like this. But for myself, I take a hard look at this, and we know that China's not going anywhere. We know they're a major player on the stage of economics. And for them to be beaten up this hard for that long, there's bound to be at least some bounces in there. And, well, I played some bounces on that today. Not quite the same as gauging as the SPY. Not quite the same because, luck and coffee is, what comes to mind right away. When it comes to U.S. stocks, I'm not afraid to hold overnight if I really like the chart and I feel like we're in a nice uptrend and things like that. Right now, obviously, we're not in a bull market, or a bull market, anyways. So I'm not apt to do much as far as a lot of swing trading right now. With China, you never know when you're going to wake up and they're going to be delisted or halted or some other nonsense like that. And so, I'm reluctant, although I am taking some Chinese risk home tonight in KC and in CAN. So, I realize the inherent risk on that. They're low price stocks. I've closed out some profit in both of them. So, hopefully they don't gap down 50% or something insane like that and, rock me out of my positions and kill all my profits. But, risk reward, no risk, no reward. And that's how it works. So there we go on all that. SPY's trying to move up, but struggling. We can see on our compare count windows here. We had this short-lived move just about 3 o'clock. So there it is right there. You can see that play out on these charts here. Right there. But on smaller caps, the new lows have been dominating the new highs for almost the whole day at this point. I have to imagine the IWM looks pretty weak. Excuse the helicopter. Sometimes I wonder if they're trying to land in on my street here. IWM. It looks very similar to SPY, to be honest. I would have thought it was a little worse off right now. Almost a mirror of the SPY, to be honest. So, all right, still with the silent treatment for the most part. John keeping me company. Bollinger Band scan today. Looks like natural gas getting absolutely crushed today. That's your natural gas, your short natural gas inverse ETF. Good trading vehicle, not an investing vehicle. If you don't understand about inverse ETFs and things like that and how they have decay and all that, you really need to study up on those things before getting involved in those kinds of trades. NUTX, very nice move early in the day. And I mean, you're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 15-minute bars of just steady movement up before we go sideways a little bit, trying to push up on that upper range on the day now. Definitely something to keep an eye on, I think. New issue. You can see this thing has some range and some depth in it for sure. So, again, Houston Oil. I think Houston Oil, right? Houston American Energy. Slight pullback, and then it made it to the top of the Bollinger Bands. And, 1, 2, 3 solid bars right here. And, looking back off it bottoming out on that 6 level here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bars again. Just beautiful move up right there. Let's see, DAO. I mean, all day long, all day strong on this one. Beautiful. And again, what are we looking at? China, flavor of the day, flavor of the week, really. Flavor of the last couple of weeks. MNSO, another Chinese stock, another brilliant move out of there. Short the SPY. I mean, nice move, but again, you want to be careful with these ones here. PCVX, another solid move right through here. Probably caught that somewhere when it was breaking $20, I bet. So another really good one. Gold looks dead. I mean, it would be hard to find something that looks worse than gold, to be quite honest. I mean, yeah, that's awful. I mean, that's even a bear flag. And the miners look even worse, but that's a bear flag right there. GDX, another bear flag. I mean, this looks like it's got a nice rounded top to this bear flag that's forming right now. I mean, that looks like it wants lower to me. GORO, what does that look like compared to the rest? Yeah, I mean, that was a textbook bear flag that played out right here. Looks like it's like almost a double bear flag, really. Yeah, I mean, those stocks have had their run, so the sector's had its run, tied to this. I mean, the sector's had its run. I mean, heck, even the XLE doesn't look bad today, to be honest, all things considered. It's natural gas that's really getting smacked up, so the more tied you are to natural gas, the worse off you're going to look. XLE actually looks really solid today. XOP, I'll suspect, is suffering. Yeah. So that's suffering a bit. And UNG, I mean, taken to the woodshed today. Absolutely taken to the woodshed today. But, I mean, if we had a logarithmic chart, I mean, it would be quite something to see how this really made a move on a logarithmic chart compared to an analog. But all the same, interesting level it pulls back to, and we'll see what happens with natural gas moving forward. As I always say, we've got front row seats to it all. So there's my BEKE. That was coming through real well at the beginning of the day. I guess there's more energy right here. So yeah, this made a pretty solid move early on. And a fade. Not nearly as nice looking as HUSA. And more Chinese stocks, I believe. Oh no, it's not a Chinese stock. Interesting. Interesting though. I mean, technically speaking, takes that level out. Its next stop is technically there, all the way up there. I don't know what caused this to happen. Not really relevant to me either. It's a very new issue, so there's not a lot of historical data to trade on it. However, there are people that do enjoy trading vehicles like that, and so that opportunity is certainly presented. I am going to have to start to rework some of my layout, though, because I feel like this scan isn't really giving me a whole lot anymore. I feel like I can get most of what comes through here, here, and here, actually, already. Just taking a look. MI, NSO, MI, NSO, DAO, DAO, DAO. And so, I want some versatility here with this. This I need to completely rework how this MyLight race works, but I've got some thoughts on that already. Even after coming up on 5 years, I'm always reworking my layout a little bit here and there. Less often than it used to be for me, but certainly reworking it always. There goes the SPY is slipping hard on us now. And we can see that in the compare count windows. Those new lows are really spiking, especially on the larger cap stocks. And we can see that playing out right here. So Well, the Bulls are not going to go down without a fight. The Bears are certainly not going to let go of their grip on the market either. And as Michael Noss says to us often in chat, Max Payne theory, you know, you sell off a good amount, get everybody salivated for a downtrend, bounce just enough to get a head fake and a dead cat bounce, do it all over again. Do it all over again. So we'll see. We'll see. But still no big capitulation. No VIX spiked above 40, 45 or something crazy like that. Massively declining volume here on the SPY. I mean, this is kind of anemic volume at this point. We're barely going to crack 50 million shares on the SPY today. I guess maybe I got to think about something with this scan too. Let's see. HCM, what are you doing? Who are you? Why are you here? Oh, very nice. And well, it says China, but that is not a Chinese flag. Hong Kong. So I guess China should be on the Hang Seng, NASDAQ listed. I like this chart, as a matter of fact, and I like it so much. I'm going to throw that on my like list, as a matter of fact. Tonight I'll clean up my like list. CHS, didn't we do CHS yesterday? It's one day more from yesterday. Oh, looks like you're trying to get a trend reversal. So yeah, had earnings yesterday. You know, defended this area pretty well. And got defended off of earnings, so not exactly a dynamic mover, I would say. I mean, look, you know, look at that massive up move. That's from $4 to $6, you know, so you know, got that long box that it's in right now, bouncing around this box. So you know, it could be something, if you believe in the strength of it, play it to the top of that box and see if it can get through. I think $4 is a pretty defined support level, and below there, you know, might be looking at $2 quickly below there. That's what I'd be seeing. Another Hong Kong listed stock, right? Yeah. Interesting. Again, very similar look to what the KWeb and the FXI have overall. We'll see. Do we have a trend change or just a relief bounce? Now, this is one I believe can make some moves, no? Pretty sure this one can jump around there and drill in a little bit. Yeah, this thing, you know, definitely get some range on a day on this one. So ACLX, yep, so that was on these scans already. CXSE, do we have that anywhere? CXSE. No, I don't see that anywhere else. Oh, but it's a trash stock. Okay, so for those of you that have been here for the last, you know, however many days, and I talked about like stocks that have a lot of shares traded but they're garbage, you know, the charts look garbage. This is similar to what I was trying to illustrate. This thing is traded 800,000 shares, right? But I mean, you know, look at how this looks. Now, I'm guessing actually quite a bit of this came in at this point here. And okay, so now I got the picture. Wisdom Tree, Chinese state owned. There we go. So, but sometimes when you see charts that are jumping around like this, and it's traded this many shares, and almost all the shares were done in like one shot, essentially, or a couple of candles. That's actually not the case here. I didn't realize as I looked further into this. You can see that most of the shares probably been done here. In fact, it's got a lot of volume coming into it to close the day. Had the volume been done to this side of it, that's what I'm really looking at. So a backwards illustration of what I've talked about for a couple of days here. Let's see what's closing strong here now in the last couple of minutes. That's interesting. Only 265,000 shares traded, but nonetheless. There it is. And the Lex, really big move, really big volume coming into this. I wonder if they just released some kind of news or got an approval, because we see pharmaceutical, newer issue. And someone might say, how do you know it's a newer issue? No RSI data until we get to day 14. SENS. I feel like I've looked at that. I'm not really seeing much there. There's 3 mil shares traded. I think that's a 4-cent range, 6-cent range. I mean, technically speaking, it's in a downtrend. So not to pick on it, but now we do see it's a very nice move in a couple of days. So we know it's capable. It's done it multiple times. You also see it go the other way with that move too. So definitely capable of doing that. TBLT, tough built. Very interesting, some of these stocks making these moves at the end of the day here, especially in massive downtrends. I mean, past earnings, so something's happening here. That's a lot of volume coming in. We can also see that this thing has done a couple of reverse splits. So there's also that. I would suspect they did one recently. I'm seeing that $1.50 to $5 down here. I mean, yeah, it'd be a hard no for me, dog. Paramount. Oh, and just crazy volume coming in at the last minute here. All happened back here. There's no volume now whatsoever. So it did all that volume at least 5 minutes ago. That's quite a bit of volume though. So I suspect there was 1 or 2 huge trades that happened there. I think it's a subjective question for each individual. If you're looking to become more mechanical with your trading, I think back testing is a great thing. But again, you got to remember about curve fitting and over optimizing, kind of similar things. If you're really trying to be a tea leaf reader with the charts, then optimizing isn't as important. I do think it's good to do it in a sense of are the ideas coming from your scan actually actionable? I think it can help with that, so that you know that the scan is worth running, or at least attempting to run for a few days to see what comes through it. I think that's a big one like that. So that's where I kind of stand on the back testing. I like back testing, but I prefer to do it when I feel like we're in a bull run. Is like everybody else, I have hopes of implementing some type of long automated strategy when we're in a nice trending up market. It just seems every time I'm ready to implement one, the market rolls over. Literally all 5 times I went to do it over 5 years. So, but I continue ones that I think are promising. I just continue to run them as forward tests of the back test, essentially. So like this one, I haven't changed anything with this since the middle of December, essentially. And I just continue to run a back test every few days just to see what it looks like. And when I feel we make it to a bull market, probably throw it in an account and just have it buy like 5 shares or something like that at the beginning, just to see how it looks. But we can see it really fell apart here in the last couple of months. Really fell apart here. We can bring up a daily chart. Now we can see it here even more. So, it also shows signs of this. And, we have these massive down days that have happened in this bearish tape that we've had. So let's now say that we get into a nice trending bull market, and I run it for 30 days and, 30 trading days, let's say. And, I get 5 trading days that are bad, and I get, 10 trading days that are kind of neutral, and I get 15 trading days that look good. It's something to add to the portfolio at the end of the day, essentially. And that's, what I'm trying to capture by doing this. And I didn't over optimize this. I did very little back testing on it. If we come in here in the configure, and, I'll share this out. I've shared it many times, and I'm happy to share it again. There's not a ton of filters in here. I didn't do a ton of, over optimizing, and just some simple stuff when we come back to the back tester. 75-minute hold time, risk management, 3% stop, 4.5% target. That's really that's it. Nothing crazy. Not trying to outsmart the system or overcomplicate things. We're not reinventing the wheel here. The trend is your friend. Rising tide lifts all boats. I'm trying to take advantage of those items. So for anybody that just happens to want it and they want to put it in their back pocket for when we get into an uptrending market, off highs, share, copy, paste. So there you go. Do whatever with that. And then I have a second scan that I made a couple of weeks ago or months ago. I don't even know what it is. I'll share that here with you. And trying to use ADX because never really much used ADX, but I'm very interested when we get in a bull market what that's going to be like using it in a scan. So yeah, I made this on 5/19. I made the scan. So let me share it first. So there's that scan. And again, I didn't do a whole lot of optimizing on or back testing on this. Haven't back tested this in probably a week or longer, but in the back test, starting trades right on the nose of the market open, ending at 130, 15-minute hold time, risk management, 6% target, 3% stop loss. And if we come to the scan itself, here's the configure of it. A little more in here than I've done with some other scans, but there's the price range, volume, using the ADX filter, change from a 20-day, change from a 50-day, and directional indicator. And the back test, like I said, I don't know how this is going to look. It looked decent for the first few days that I had brought it out. And like I said, it really didn't do almost any optimizing on it. And so that's why I felt it looked okay during some of the bearish tapes back in, February, March, April. And so that's why I decided to save it and run a back test once in a while on it. So yeah, we could see, not too great, not too bad. We look at the daily tape here and we can see, because I didn't over optimize it, I am optimistic that it can do this again to the upside. And you can see that the downside overall doesn't look as bad as the upside. A couple of these bad days, but I feel like there's much more green days and heavier green days than there are the red days. So again, I'm curious to see what it will do as we move forward. And we can also see here, look how many trades it was taking. All right. And now look how many trades it's taking. And again, I didn't over optimize this. So, was this just a phantom run that it had and it'll never do that again? I don't know. Like I said, so put it in the back pocket. I think there's some promise there. Might be complete garbage for all I know, though. Big, is that big lots? No, because you can do what's called curve fitting, Willow, meaning that in the optimizing process of it, you fit all the filters to the past, and that they won't work the same going forward. So yeah, downtrend bounced here at support. Guessing that's a big support line. I must have drew that a long time ago. Yeah, it's a big line right there. Holds that, could be a good trend reversal. Earnings are by it. But it's a big downtrend to get out of. But relief bounce could certainly happen. Definitely got a little room on that bounce. Unless this is it for the bounce, of course, then it doesn't have any room. And so what I mean by over optimizing is this. Let's pull this out. Where are you? Or ignore me. There we go. So, we run the back test, for example, and then back test comes through and give it a second to run out. And we come to the optimization tab, and then we start going through, all these filters, and we start looking at how, for example, 5-day range filter works, and we start, optimizing the scan, and I right click and you say, only set it for this filter like this. And then I come in and I see ADX and I say, and let's set this filter like this. And then I come back in and I say, let's set this filter, like this. The next thing I know, I've added 3 filters with some stringent criteria on it. And then I back test, and the back test keeps looking better and better. The more filters I add and the more I manipulate those values. And then all of a sudden you end up with this like equity curve that looks like this, because you made the back testing on it so optimized to the past, unfortunately. And then you go to run it on a forward test, and the equity curve starts to do this, and then it does that eventually, because it was what we call curve fitted or over optimized based on past data. And that's what I mean by over optimizing. And I've done it a few times. I had a scan where I must have had 25 filters in that scan, all with values of, really narrow values and things like that. And it looked like it was just going to be, this is it. It was a cross scan that I built. And I'm like, this is it. I made the super scan and I built like the ultimate Holly and all this crazy stuff like that. And no, that is not at all what happened. This is how it actually went too. It back tested so well. And this was back when we were really putting E-Trade through the test for automation with Brokerage Plus. And Jamie was asking, any of us if we had any scans that we wanted to put in there and try, because E-Trade with no commissions, you buy just one share, and we could see how that was running and, as a scan itself, and then testing E-Trade's API data with ours. And I want to say like the first day it was like kind of break even. It was like I don't think of much of a win or loss. And the second day it was a little bit of a loss. And then like days 3, 4, 5 that looked like so good. It was, up, let's say, $4 or something like that. And keep in mind, it was taking one share at a time. So being up, one share on, five or what, $4 on just, 4 or 5 trades at one share was like a huge thing or something like that. And then it got flat. And then it proceeded to lose like the next 15 days in a row it lost. And I was like, okay, well, I guess that answers everybody's question on how well that's going to do. And that was the end of that scan basically for me. So, it is what it is. It was a bummer. It was certainly very disappointing for me. But it was a lesson learned. It was certainly a lesson learned. And so what I would say to you this, so you're saying, oh boy, that's what I've been doing. Excuse me, I had to sneeze, put myself on mute. If that's what you've been doing, if you have older versions of that scan saved and it looked promising at the beginning, maybe go back to one of those older versions of it that isn't over optimized and pick just a few key things to work on. I would say in back testing, some key spots that I have begun to focus on that I think are more promising are going to be your start time on the day. All right, so let's run this back tester real quick. I think your hold time also is a place that you want to look at. So I just want to run a back test to have it there. But you have your timed exited. I'd say that's something you want to take a hard look at. All right. And then I think when you come to the optimization tab, I think some of the more simple tabs to look at, again, let's look at price. I think can be a big deal to look at. And we can change this interval here. It's on $5 intervals. I can make it 50-cent intervals, right? And so really start to break down that data. And this is where like the really nitty gritty, hard quantitative work can come in if that's something you want to be in. And, and you can you can take values and start plugging them in, and you can get real complicated with some of the stuff with taking the data that comes through these columns, and you can send them as CSV files to Excel and create formulas within Excel, because our backtest data only goes 64 days back, which sucks. And there's no two ways about that. But it is what it is. We work with the environment we're given, not the one we want. But you can start to take that backtest data, and you can start to take that scan. You could run the scan every day and then save it as a CSV file, save it into Excel, and start to create spreadsheets. And then all of a sudden, you have a forward test happening, and you can have that forward test as part of the back test now. And so all of a sudden now you get to day 70 and you have data going back 70 days instead of 64 days in the table that you've created. Is it work? Absolutely, it's work. But if you believe in quantitative work and forward testing and all those things like that, that's the work that it takes. Do I hope that we one day are able to go back further in data? You better believe it. Is it something I argue for? You better believe it. Is it something that I'll continue to argue for? You also better believe it. I think more data in general is always better, but quality more data also. So that is where it is. Is it something that's currently in development? It is not as far as I know. I know there's talk about being able to give Holly a longer look back time. That would eventually, and that is something kind of being actively worked on, and that would eventually lead to overall the software having a longer look back time, but it's not something I'd hold my breath for right now. So right now, if that's something you're really into, something you're really trying to do, you want to do quantitative work like that, that's your option right now. But back to the task at hand, price, definitely somewhere I think you want to look at for optimizing a strategy, and to decide if you have a strategy and you want a price range and that strategy is not fitting right away that price range you're looking at, you're going to have to look at the base of that strategy and how you may be able to make it work for your price range, or if that price range could just never work for that strategy. For example, some people only want to trade stocks over $100. Some people only want to trade stocks between $10 and $30. There's nothing wrong with anything like that, but there may not be a viable strategy based on the indicators you're trying to use that work for that. Is there a page where we can see what functionalities TI is working on? No, there's not. There's not even one that, well, actually there is now kind of one I can look at, but not even as good as I would like it to be. So sorry. But you know what? Send us an email there asking if that's an option, number one. Number two, I'm going to put that on our things to discuss tomorrow in our marketing meeting. Now, I'll say the pushback that I'll get with that is we could put something up there and it could be in the works for 2 years, because the dev team will never, ever, 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 ever give us a timetable on when something's getting delivered. It's always soon. And soon could mean a month. It could mean a year. It could mean a day, unfortunately. And I am at the mercy of what they tell me. But I do like that idea. And I think you should send an email to support@trade-ideas.com saying, hey, is there somewhere we could see things that are in development that are close? And again, I say close with quotation marks. I know there's coming down the pipe. All right, so some things I could share with you if you're into the races, which I am. You can see the company icons that's coming down the line. You are going to soon have race setup. You can replay the races and how they did for a time period. So those are both coming down the line. What else? There is a bunch of stuff being worked on with the AI, but I don't have a clear picture to paint for you with that. But there's some more historical things being worked on for the AI to try to create more of a swing Holly, or a look at a swing Holly, or what Holly would look like as a swing alert, essentially, versus what she is now. So there's that. What else? What else, Chris? What has Dan talked about? Is Dan and Brad, who do the Q&As on Wednesdays. Which, is there one today? No, this is which kind of week is this? Oh yeah, there's a Q&A today. It starts less than an hour from now. They're the ones that really do that kind of stuff. Talk about that. So if you're signed up for those webinars, attend the Q&A one. If you're not signed up for those, and even ask them, because they love showing off that stuff. That's their wheelhouse. So you can find it somewhere on the education page. Scroll down somewhere, and you can sign up for those there. And it's the way the webinars work is every other week is Monday, Wednesday, then Tuesday, Thursday. So this week's a Monday, Wednesday week. Next week will be a Tuesday, Thursday week. I know there's talk of switching the times on those webinars. I think they're going to move them up half an hour. So I think what happens is the market closes at 4, and by 5 o'clock, Eastern, a lot of people are checked out. So maybe we start in half an hour earlier. We're hoping to get a little more traction in those. So those are a few things I could point to you right away, and a direction I can point you at. I really enjoy, they're always working on something, Dan and Brad. Sometimes things come to production sooner than others. Sometimes things they're working on, we never get a chance to bring to production because it just becomes unrealistic, unfortunately. But the great brainstormers, and they certainly, love making public what they're working on to get an idea of what the public's feedback is on that in those webinars. We got 419 we just clicked to. So, all right, yeah, we were talking about backtesting. I was like, I know we were talking about something a minute ago. So again, that's these are the things that I point to you with the backtesting. And so, like I said, price and time of day are two easy ones to come right on to. And then you can get to the other filters, and the filter exists. You can optimize on it, So if your strategy involves a 20 period SMA on a 15-minute chart, you can optimize on that. If it has to do with something with a change from the previous day and percent or dollar, you can optimize on that. If you're looking at average true range, if you are looking at consecutive candles, if you are looking at RSI, on the different time frames, pivot points, VWAP, anchor VWAP. Again, as I always say, do we have everything? No, but probably 300 and almost 400 filters, quite a bit to optimize on. And technically, you could optimize on your custom filters if you're into building customs. All right. So, I've got whatever customs that are in here. I can know that this is some kind of custom because it's built on a true false. Percent of ATR, I know that's a custom. And I don't really use almost any customs, just so we're clear on any of that. Because once in a while I do get the question, oh, do you have like a special custom? No, I have no special custom formulas. I just basically use what most of these customs that are in here were something that were given to me to test something. I don't use them in scanning or anything else. So, spread, you want to back test based on spread. You want to stay away from the really spready stocks. Or maybe you want really spready stocks and you're trying to get filled at the bottom of those spreads and then put a sell order manually at the top of the spread afterwards. These are thoughts that I've had in strategies that I've thought about creating, things like that. So. So there. Close that for now. I think that kind of covers the world of back testing. Take a look at some sectors. So again, KWeb continuing to show strength with China overall. Oil continues to be really bullish. Natural gas got destroyed today. Biotechs are biotechs. I'll leave it at that. VXX, you don't do any analysis on that, so that is what it is. Emerging markets trying to make their way off a bottom with China. IBB looks like a bear flag. That looks like a bear flag. That looks like a strong trend. That looks like a bear flag. That looks like a bear flag. That looks strong. That looks like a bear flag. That looks like a bear flag. Was looking like a bear flag, but it looks like it's busting that now. Up to about here, I would have called that a bear flag. Now it's starting to break the other way. You can email him, or email support at trade-idea.com. Email there and say, hey, can I get Jamie's layout? The only thing that you might run into is if he has any customs in his strategies, those won't copy over to your account. Jump through a few more of these ETFs and then I will have to skedaddle for the day. Not looking great. Silver's garbage. Energy's king. Clean energy, not so much as king. Software services. So, some of these could be argued that they're bull flags. Some of them could be argued that there's bounces involved. And look how many of those those charts look just like the Qs actually. So, and much like the SPYs, is this overhead resistance going to reject it? Or are we going to make a move through it? Is this just a relief rally still that's held some sideways action? No real clear view. Healthcare doesn't look terrible. Not a fan of that GDX chart. LIT's trying to make a move. That's your lithium stocks. Again, healthcare doesn't terrible. Silver looks terrible. Dow above a key level here. That's interesting. While the other averages or the other indexed averages are below key levels, Dow is not. It is above one. Definitely worth noting that. We talked about the XOP down today. Still looks like an uptrend, but could be over. Could not be over. Okay. So yeah, if you can send an email to that support at trade-ideas.com, you can get that back over to you, I'm sure. Yeah, of course, Mike C. Always, you know how I feel about doing this. Trying to provide some education to the software, and for those of you that might be just new to trading in general, that's why I talk about charts and trends and things of that nature. And we all start somewhere. Some of us have more of a running start than others. Like I said, I'm one of those people that I have no finance background whatsoever. Everything I know in finance, I learned on my own. I wouldn't say I taught myself because someone did teach me, obviously. Mostly Trade Ideas crews who taught me. So I attended, all webinars and the room with Barry and all that good stuff. So, yeah, not a whole lot going on in ETF land here. A lot of either sideways or downtrend action, unless it's involved with energy. I mean, yeah, all these look very, very similar. Very similar. Same chart patterns kind of playing out. Look very similar to the indexes. John, it's funny that you say that. First off, welcome. Awesome to have you here. And I look at a lot of the ETFs as when I have more money to be able to put to longer term work. Some of those ETFs, if getting a few shares of them, when I don't have to have them leveraged out on margin, because some of these ETFs are really pricey. I mean, I'm sorry, but I just can't. I don't personally have the money. The XOP, I've been really bullish of it since wherever, but I just don't have the money to sink, buy 100 shares at $100, a share, to make a really worthwhile position for me and let that work for a long time. That would have been nice to have done that, back here, but I just don't have those capabilities financially, unfortunately. And but if you believe in a sector, I feel like putting some long-term work to these ETFs is great. But yeah, if you're trying to trade them, like someone trying to trade stocks, not going to be quite the same. And, the flip side of the coin too is, you get some of these moves in stocks, but you also got to be nimble, man. You don't want to be caught on the wrong side of this stuff. trying to find something, one of these stocks that made that big spike and then pulled back hard. Can't remember what it was. I feel like there was something. No, not finding it. No. And something like this, you know what I mean? Like, you're able to catch that move, awesome. But, you know, unfortunately, when you get it here and then that happens, you know, it'll destroy you real fast also. So it's a double-edged sword when it comes to these things. Yeah, yep, it's definitely a way different game. So, no, unfortunately, you can't. It's an anti-spam thing. It's a safety thing that only administrators of the channel can post links in here. Otherwise, I'd say yes. At Trade Today, unfortunately not. So, yeah, I don't know what Wheat's doing. So this will be my last comment here. WEAT. That is an interesting looking chart. Bit of a symmetrical play here going on. That's a really interesting looking chart. We can even take that a step further. Right there. That is really interesting. These generally like to resolve themselves this way, which is unfortunate for our bread lovers. So that's that. So, all right, folks, I have to run today. No overtime. I appreciate everybody popping in. As I always say, you know, look, everybody has an agenda. I have an agenda. I want you all as Trade Idea subscribers, but that agenda only works if you folks are having success, you know, and it's a two-part success between the software and your trading, obviously. And, you know, I want you to tell all your friends and your family, and I want you to tell everybody about us, you know, because I do believe in what we do here as a software, as a community, as a company. And, you know, I think people that are willing to put the work in and willing to study, that want to take more of their finances into their hands, can have really great success with it. But anything worthwhile that can really pay those long-term and short-term dividends, because that's what trading does. It can provide both long-term and short-term income. It's work. You know, anybody that thinks that they're just going to sit in a seat, press a few buttons, and make some money, you know, watching some of these yahoos on, you know, TikTok or YouTube or Instagram or whatever the heck it is, the world do not work like that, my friend. It does not work that way, my friend. So, you know, it takes work. And that's why, you know, we put the work in here with you folks, trying to do so much live action with you all. So, gluten-free, Mike C. Nice. Very good. So, all right. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Michael, John, Mike, at Trade Today, everybody that came in here. Really appreciate it. Lofi, all of you. Really appreciate it. All right. Fantees. Sorry, just going up through. Willow, Peter, everybody that's been here. Really appreciate that. So, sorry, I just saw Peter pop something in here. I can't leave Peter hanging. Peter, you mentioned something about KSS. What was it? I know we've been hearing about this a lot, but what are you experiencing? KSS will ever get bought? Kohl's. What is it? That's Kohl's, right? Yeah, no idea on that one, because they had that buyout and then maybe it fell through or something. That's retail. Retail's a tough spot right now, Peter. You know, inflation really crushing people, and, you know, inflation at the pump more than anything else, and shipping goods and things like that. This is really a no man's land. Look at a long-term chart of this. You know, drop through this was major support, drop through there. Your next major support's all the way down here, it looks like. So it's one of those ones I'd personally steer clear of. And I say that it's a personal thing that I'd steer clear, but I say that we could wake up, it could be here tomorrow. We could wake up and be here tomorrow. And I know it's kind of a cop out, Peter, but you know, look at where it is relative to its historical trading levels. Really in no man's land. You know, I guess you could look at this $40 level as a big deal, and it bounced off that $40 level. We could kind of use that $40 level, but again, kind of no man's landish. So, so that's that. So, all right. Appreciate it again, folks. I really got to run. Take care, and I will see you all on Thursday tomorrow. Take care.